All right, everything is up on YouTube. Everything is on TikTok. Let me get everything set up real quick. What's up, everyone? Holy shit! Wow, that is a lot of people in the chat really quick. Jesus fuck! What's up, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? That's a lot of comments in the comment section. What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet the criteria that'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen here in a second, everyone. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick second, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for joining in from Dean's stream. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Good to see everyone. We're going to get some debates going here in a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you're 18 plus MAGA and you have not yet debated me before. We're going to start getting the debates going here in a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. For everyone joining in from Dean's stream, tap that screen. It helps push it out to more people. Becca, think of the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. The Dean rate is going crazy. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate it. Let's get everything going real quick. We're going to start the debates immediately. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the first person here for tonight. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Joe, think of the Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's get this first person up here for tonight, everyone. Only send a guest request again if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Naker.
It's disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hit the pen.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. It's going to take a second to get some people up here because we did just start up the stream. But do give it a quick second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
2nd of December 2007.
2nd of December 2007. Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
He's a good guy. I like what he runs for.
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
6, 7.
Wow, that sounds like a great time. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. And by the way, everyone, happy MLK Day as well, everyone. Happy MLK Day. Happy MLK Day. We're going to get this first person up here for everyone. Do just give it a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
And what state do you live in?
Chicago.
Okay, and what time is it?
8:21.
In Chicago? It's 7:21.
It's not.
Really?
Yeah, mate, trust me, I know. Trust me, pal. I know, trust me.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. I'm like, I lived on the border of Illinois. And by the way, he said Chicago. So that's just diabolical as a state, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just like his policies.
Such as?
You know, I like his cock. It's nice.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I told everyone it's going to take a few minutes to get some people up here because we get a lot of trolls right when we start the stream. Yo, what's up, how do you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. For the almost 7,000 people here on TikTok, if you... Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. If you tap that screen, everyone, it actually like helps get out to more people, and it's going to be easier to get some debates up here. I'm so sorry for the microphone there real quick. That was an accident. Sometimes the cable just, does that. Yo, what's up, how do you? Okay, let's go on the first person here for today, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, how do you?
I did not mean to join.
Oh, you're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I love you, Paul.
Okay, we're getting all the zygotes. Okay, everybody. Let's go on to the first person here for today. Do give it a quick second. Again, thank you everyone for joining in from Dean's Live. We're going to get a quick debate up here in a second. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up?
Okay, I sorry. I heard the background noise and I immediately assumed it was like someone who accidentally joined the live. I apologize. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, you're good. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a quick second. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Let's get this first person up here. I do apologize. I hope it doesn't take too long. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
32?
And do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Sorry, I just want to spread some love to you and Dane.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. So please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's up? How are you?
Okay, they're trolling me. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation for today. Kylie, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Somehow I didn't. Aaron as well, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been funny. Madison, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $5 and for the $5.55. Jessica Lynn, thank you for the $5. Candace, thank you for the $2. Tracy with the $5. Ivy with the $33. And Benjamin with the $10. Thank you so much. As well as Dwayne, thank you so much for the $2. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $3. And Rebecca, thank you for the $1. Deb, thank you so much for the $10. And then MG Lola, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump because of his immigration rules. I feel like there's too many illegals running around America. I feel like he's implementing ICE. ICE is definitely cracking down on them. So that's definitely one of the reasons.
How many undocumented immigrants are in the country?
I don't know. They're undocumented. We have to find out.
You said there are too many in the country, but you don't even know how many are in the country?
Based off of estimations, definitely in the millions, which is a lot.
Okay, so there were millions under Trump's administration.
Yeah, so we're cleaning it up, and I feel like that's a good thing.
Cleaning it up? Well, I mean, I don't consider deporting people who have been in the country who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes, have no criminal record, right, and are just trying to come here for a better life. I don't consider that bettering the country.
Yeah, but
I think they should be focusing on the people who have committed bad crimes and violent crimes, not the people who are just here for a better life.
Yeah, regardless if they're committing crimes or not, they still illegally enter the country, which needs to be
okay.
resolved. And
so, let's provide them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, right? Which would actually allow for them to have a legal pathway. Where they go through a vetting process, and then it will make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, because proportionally a greater percentage of the people who are in the country undocumented would meet that criteria.
how about we punish criminals from entering our country and actually just kicking them out instead of pandering to them and giving them fancy hotels and rewarding them by giving
That's not what was happening. You're referencing hotels for asylum seekers, which are legal immigrants. Okay, and that's state policy. Okay, I thought you guys were all about states'
Give them
rights.
5-star hotels.
What's up?
You give them 5-star hotels.
It wasn't 5-star in any context.
4 stars. I'll give you 4 stars.
Okay, and so that was for
They're gonna
asylum
give them-
seekers. Those are legal immigrants.
Okay, okay. Let's talk about undocumented individuals. Do you feel like it's necessary to knock on these people's doors and ask them whether or not?
No,
they're
no. I
legal or
think
not?
knocking on doors asking for citizenship sounds pretty dystopian.
Yeah, well, how else would we find out? Because these guys are clearly hiding.
How
So
else
we
are we
gotta-
gonna find out? What you sound like the Gestapo, dude.
I believe in.
I'm not trolling. Like, you want to knock on doors, door by door, knock on doors and ask for fucking citizenship?
Well, if you're
That sounds pretty fucking crazy.
You wouldn't mind. You wouldn't if you're a citizen. You wouldn't mind, right?
No, I am a citizen and I do mind.
Why would you mind if you're a citizen?
Why do I want to have to carry everything everywhere? If I'm just walking down the street, do you think I should be fucking arrested if I don't have my
It's more
ID
than-
on me?
You're more than likely to be a Canadian, to be a American citizen. correct?
Why?
Just your appearance.
Because I'm a white dude? Because I'm a white
Because
dude? There you go.
talking
Your
about, like-
appearance.
I'm
So
talking about,
you admitted you want to racially profile people. And you assume that people, because they're white, that means that they're not in the country undocumented, which is ridiculous because there are people who can come from Europe who can be undocumented, right? They could overstay a
Yeah.
visa.
Those are like the Eastern Europeans, right? I'm assuming you're not one of them.
It's not just Eastern European.
Then who are they?
People who could come from Western Europe, and they could also be undocumented.
Yeah, but
And
not,
they could
not
also
the-
be...
not like the Venezuelans or the Hispanics or the Haitians.
Wait, what's wrong with them coming to the country?
Well, if they come illegally, we have to frisk them, right?
Well, Trump was even getting rid of the legal protected status for Haitians that came to the country through the legal manner.
Even if they're illegal,
No, if they had legal temporary protected status.
were they caught eating a cat or a dog?
Nope.
Because there's many videos of that.
Nope. No, there's not. Because again, that was made up and you believed it, you fucking crazy lunatic. I'm sorry, that is insane. That was a video of a U.S. citizen from Canton, Ohio, not even Springfield. Okay, and they're a U.S. citizen. People literally
was in
assumed
Illinois.
that they're a Haitian immigrant, literally just because they're black. I'm not trolling.
Okay. Anyways, let's get back to the illegal.
No response to
immigrants,
that. Can you respond to exactly what I just said?
right? I've seen the video. I've confirmed that they're Haitians,
Okay, how do you know?
and I think like Haitians and Americans in general.
Wait, how do you know they're Haitian?
We have different cultures.
Wait, explain to me by looking at them. How do you know they're Haitian?
They're speaking the language, bro. Like I have Haitian friends.
What language?
Whatever language they speak,
Which is
but it's French.
French. So they were speaking French.
Yeah.
So speaking French means that you are Haitian.
Yeah, speaking French and being Haitian, yeah.
Okay, so speaking French does not mean you are Haitian.
You're Haitian. Why are you in denial? I don't know what you're trying to prove.
What? What?
They're Haitian.
There
I
are
see the
plenty of
video.
individuals who are black that
So why-
speak French that
why
are
would
not
Donald Trump do
Haitian.
that?
So again, you
Donald
can't
Trump
tell just
lied.
by looking at someone and hearing the language that they're speaking, right, in terms of French, and associate that they're Haitian just because of that.
They claim that they're Haitian, so I believe this. So
Oh, in the video in which you said they ate a cat and dog, and then they specifically claimed that they're
They're-
Haitian. Can you give me the
they're
source?
it was on Twitter. It was last year.
It was on Twitter. Wow, that sounds like an incredible source.
So what's your
Wow,
issue?
like
You want
there's
illegal-
no way that some random post on Twitter could be fake. There's no possible way.
Well, it's a video.
I'm
you
just
can't fake
just
it.
going to assume that this random video on Twitter is accurate information.
So what do we do with these people? Like what illegals in general? I don't care if you're white, if you're black, if you're Hispanic.
Well, you
Regardless
just said
of
you
the
wanted to
illegal,
racially
that's separate.
profile.
Everyone, racially profile everyone.
You just said that you didn't want to racially profile. You said that it's most likely that I'm in the country legally just by
Yeah,
looking
because
at me,
you're
just through
speaking-
my
you're
appearance.
You're speaking
Just through
fluent
my
English.
appearance.
Yeah, you're speaking fluent English. It's not a race thing. You're speaking.
That's
fluent
not. Wait,
English,
you
so
said
it
my
doesn't-
appearance. The way I'm speaking is not my appearance.
You guys are known for not illegally entering the country. You guys are more known for like child pornography and sexual assault, stuff like that. So I wouldn't. When it comes to illegal,
Like Donald
immigrants,
Trump, by the way.
Yeah, like no, Donald Trump's found innocent.
He was held liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will,
Yes.
and yet you voted
Yes.
for him.
That's false. That's false.
Yes, it's true.
What do you mean that's true?
Trump was held liable for sexual abuse. Do you want to bet?
Yeah, but I don't believe in that. I
You don't
read the
believe
case.
you don't believe that happened? In fake news?
It's fake news because E. Jean Carroll
What if I
lied.
could show?
She-
Okay, so you think she lied? Name one time she lied that you could prove that she lied.
You accused another billionaire. Like, what's the okay? Let me ask you this: what's the odds of 2 billionaires essaying you?
I'm sorry. You saying it's unlikely is not evidence it didn't happen, right? And by the way,
Yes.
for many women, they do have stories of being assaulted, right? For you to say that it's not for many women, right? It's ridiculous for you to say that. I know plenty of women where they have a story they can tell specifically about what's happened to them in terms of sexual violence. So for you to dispute that sexual violence has happened by 2 individuals is ridiculous. It is absurd that you're going to dispute that. And by the way, she proved it in a civil court based upon a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. Can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah, I dispute the fact that she said she couldn't recall her memory exactly. It happened. When did it happen? In the late 90s, right?
I'm asking
Pretty
for a
sure.
piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
There was no evidence. That's the thing. That's why he's held civilly
So
liable.
there was evidence submitted in the court. What piece of evidence in the case
There was
do you
no
dispute?
evidence submitted.
Yes, there was.
He refused to give DNA.
You said there
I'm
was
pretty
no
sure.
evidence submitted to the court? Do you want to bet?
What evidence? Can you give me an evidence?
Wait, do you want to bet?
No, I'm just asking you. Do you have
No,
evidence?
no, hold up. No, I want to bet you on this. I want to see how confident you are. Do you think there was evidence submitted to the court? Because, by the way,
You're
the
bro-
reason I can prove to you that there was evidence was that there's a standard of evidence for determination from a jury. Okay? It's preponderance of evidence, which requires evidence. There was evidence submitted.
And what can you give me just one? I'm here listening, bro. Go ahead and ask your Discord chat.
I'm not asking in my Discord chat. I've talked about this plenty of times. By the way, I don't even have a Discord open. Just letting you know. I have said this multiple times specifically on the live. Right? I can point to plenty of things. There were multiple friends that came out and talked about the event and said that this happened to her at that particular time period, and they heard these stories from her, showing a consistent story over multiple decades. There was the dress with DNA evidence specifically, where there was unidentified DNA. Trump decided not to give up his DNA. There was a psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through. There was a picture of them shown together. And in the deposition, he mistook Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, even though he quite literally said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type.
Man to man, don't appeal to your liberal fan base. Do you think a 6'4" billionaire Chad would SA a woman?
Chad? Yes, I do. He's not a Chad, by the way. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
He's a bill. Okay, what did he do? What did he exactly do? Go ahead.
Not a Chad. He's more like a Chud.
Okay, what did he do?
What did he do? He was
Yeah,
held liable
can you-
for sexually abusing Jean Carroll. There's 26
what
plus
exactly
people that
was
have
that?
accused him of sexual misconduct. You think every single one of them are lying?
But E. Jean Carroll. Okay, did she not accuse another guy? I forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah, so because she's accused other people doesn't mean that she wasn't assaulted by Trump. There were also 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Do you think every single one of them are lying?
Yeah, but E. Jean Carroll took it far.
Yeah, you
She
do?
said-
You do think that they're all lying?
He said she
Wait,
said he.
wait, hold up. To
penetrated him.
clarify, you do think that they're all lying?
20. Who are the 26 people? This is news to me.
Yeah, so you've never heard of the 26 people. I can send you an article right now overlooking the 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual
I
misconduct.
don't
This
care
is
about
widely
accused.
reported
Was he
on.
held civilly? Was he held civilly? Anyone can make accusations. Was he civilly liable?
Yes.
With 26 people.
No, not all 26 times, but with E. Jean Carroll.
So he
I'm
just
sorry,
has
wait,
one civilly liable.
you accept civil liability.
Well, of course, yeah, not to an extent like criminal.
Okay, so you do. So then you do accept the case of E. Jean Carroll. Because you
E.
couldn't
Jean
mention
Carroll-
I named you multiple pieces of evidence in the case. You couldn't mention a single piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
He didn't penetrate her. That's what you.
Yes,
said.
he did.
You-
That's
you
actually
said-
was determined
you
by the
think
court
he-
case.
You think he raped her?
It was
which is
forceful
incorrect.
penetration of her vagina against her will.
No, he didn't put his piece in her. Don't
Wait,
lie.
that isn't determine whether or not it's rape. Wait,
Yeah, it is.
she couldn't determine whether or
That's
not it was
what
his
I'm saying.
finger or his male member. That doesn't determine whether or not it's rape. In both circumstances,
not
it's
his
rape.
ma-
Do
if
you
it's
think
not his
forceful
male member,
penetration?
it's not
Do you
rape.
think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
Sorry, say it again.
Do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
If it's your male member, yeah. If it's not,
Per
no.
standard.
That's
So,
it.
okay, I have a question. Do you think that women can assault anyone,
Assault, yeah.
or do you think that they can rape people? Do you think that they can rape kids?
No. Can they grape kids? No, they can SA kids.
You don't think that women can rape children? You don't think it's
With what,
possible?
with they don't have a male member, so I don't know how they would. Yeah.
Do you think Ghislaine Maxwell is a rapist?
No, she's a.
No, you don't think
no,
that
she's-
Ghislaine Maxwell's a rapist?
No, she's
the
just
convicted-
people.
Or like literally, like
Well,
you know
you-
that she was
the
like
definition-
working with a convicted
Yeah.
pedophile who was sex trafficking kids. You don't think she's a rapist?
No, the definition of rapist means to forcibly penetrate someone. So
Okay,
considering
so
that she
if it's
doesn't have-
wait, you just conceded forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. You
With
just
the
conceded
male-
that
with
was
the
great.
male- with
Wait,
the
wait,
male
wait, wait.
member.
Oh, so
I
he
never
has to add that
finished it,
little.
bro.
So by the way, so to clarify,
Yeah.
wait, I have a
Let me
question.
finish it.
I have a question. If an adult man utilized his fingers, right, to literally grape a child, right, do you think that was
Whoa,
rape?
Whoa. Is that what you fantasize, bro?
No. What the fuck would you say
Why
that for? You
why
are the
are you
one
talking
saying
about
it's.
children?
Listen, you disgusting fuck. You're
Why
the
are you
one
talking
sitting
about
up on this
children?
live stream right now saying that it's only grape when it's specifically forceful penetration with a male member. I'm giving you an explicit example that demonstrates that that's not the case. And you're gonna sit there and you're gonna try and make that about me? What, you
The
disgusting
document-
piece of shit?
the
You literally just
document
tried to
says
use
SA.
that to pivot away from the fact that you're literally sitting up here denying that that is rape. That's what you were doing. So don't fucking
The
sit up here and
document says
say that I
SA.
do that fucking shit when you're sitting up here defending people who literally engage in that behavior.
I'm not defending
Literally
it, I'm
forceful
just-
penetration of a
I'm just
woman's vagina against her
specifying it.
will.
I'm just saying it's.
You
SA.
defended
That's
that. You
all I'm
defend
saying.
Donald Trump doing that.
No, I just said it's not grape. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's you defending it. That's you trying to act like it's not that bad by trying to say that it's not grape. You are literally invalidating millions of victims
Because that's
around
what
the
the court
world.
document
You're
says.
invalidating children. You're invalidating men. You're invalidating many victims specifically who do not meet that particular criteria that you're mentioning that were sexually assaulted and that were raped. Okay, the
That's
idea
New
that you're
York
trying to act
criteria.
like it's less meaningfully bad, right? Just because of the fact that you're not going to refer to it as rape is disgusting fucking grape apology. That's what it is. And you
That's
should be
New
willing
York's
to call this out yourself. But
Yeah,
you're
but
not
that's
willing
New
to do
York-
that. You're
that's
willing to
New York's
acknowledge this,
criteria.
and then you're willing to literally act like they're lying in every single one of these circumstances. All 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, you think every single fucking one is lying? Can you name one person that was ever in a position of power like that, where 26 plus people have accused them of sexual misconduct and every single one of them were lying?
I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying
Wait,
it's not grape.
answer my question. Give me a
SA is
single
different from grape.
circumstance where every single one of them were lying.
Yeah, people lie when you're rich. That's what happens a lot. When you're
Name me one
when you're-
circumstance.
I would have to search it up. I'm pretty sure Bill Clinton had a couple accusations against him.
Okay, 26
he-
plus people, and you said every single one were lying. Do you think Bill Clinton is a rapist?
I don't believe Bill Clinton's a rapist. No,
Okay. Okay, is there anyone that you do
you
believe
believe
is a
that?
rapist?
that's a rapist personally. Like,
Yes.
for my friends.
Yes.
I don't know what they do in their off time, so I wouldn't know.
I'm not asking your friends. Wait, what the fuck? No, I'm asking, is there any person that you believe is a rapist?
That's a rapist. Like that's a celebrity.
Anyone.
I don't know. I don't hang out with rapists, so I don't know. That's a good question.
Anyone that's convicted, any celebrity, anyone
Anyone that's convicted,
that you
Yeah.
believe, right, is a rapist.
probably R. Kelly. Maybe I don't know.
Okay, what was the evidence in that case?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, if you don't have the evidence and you're saying I'm guessing, then why don't you say that there's enough evidence with the case that I just brought up in terms of Donald Trump to say that
No, but
about
simply-
Donald Trump?
simply liable-
Given that you
simply
just said it
liable
about
is
someone else on a live stream when you haven't even looked into the case.
Yeah, but he's criminally responsible. That's kind of different.
Okay, so again, you accept it if there's criminal responsibility. Do you accept the convictions against Donald Trump for his 34 felonies?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So you don't
You could call
accept
him a
civil
felon, but
liability.
Don't call him a rapist. That's all I'm saying.
He is one.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
So if you finger a girl, right? Would you consider that sex?
I think that could be a form of sex, and that doesn't change whether or not
Oh, so
that's.
you okay, so it's not sex.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you consider it sex?
Yeah. Do you think
Okay,
oral
that's-
sex is a form of sex?
It's not sex in itself, no.
You don't think oral sex is sex?
No.
Okay. And by the way, regardless of whether or not it's sex, that doesn't change whether or not.
Bro, they're
This
just
is
doing
grape
foreplay.
here.
It was foreplay, and she said
Because when you're talking about sex, you're talking about consensual acts.
Yeah. So she agreed on the consensual act of getting fingered. I'm assuming. Obviously.
No, she
and then
didn't.
regretted
You just
it
said
20
Eugene
years
Carroll
later.
consented. Wait, by the way, Donald Trump said they never met. How do you feel about the fact that there was a picture of them shown together?
Yeah, he's
He said that he
78.
wouldn't have
He's
sexually abused Eugene Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're
see
both his
now.
type or both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her either way.
I'm pretty sure you see now, and he probably doesn't remember. It's been 20 years. You know that, right?
Okay, he doesn't remember, but then he... Okay, by the way, he said that she's not his type, but then he mistook her with his ex-wife?
Bro, he's just... What's your evidence that he did it?
I answer my questions.
What's your question?
Explain to me why he lied and said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Where did he say he mistook her from? This is the first time
In
I'm
the
hearing this.
deposition, I just told you.
Okay, I have to confirm. I don't believe you, liberal, so I have to confirm.
You don't believe me? Okay, so if
Yeah.
what I'm saying is true, will you believe it?
Yeah, I would, of course.
Okay, you would, so that is true. Go look at the deposition. I'm serious. Go look at it.
And he says he mistook her for his ex-wife.
Yeah, he literally. You can watch the video. He says, "Is that
Did he admit to-
Marla?"
Did he admit to fingering her?
What?
Because I'm pretty sure he denied fingering her.
He said that
He
they
never
never
had-
met.
Okay, but what's your evidence?
And by
that
the
he
way,
fingered
stop
her?
referring to it that way. Say rape, because that's what it was. It was not consensual.
The court says SA, so I'll say SA.
Wait, so by the way, to clarify, do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
If it's not a male organ, it's not rape, it's SA.
Okay, you disgusting fuck. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you
That's
keep
what the
doing
court
that?
says. That's
Why
the
do you keep
definition.
doing that?
You
You
don't-
fucking.
you don't like
So answer this question. All right, is a man, 60-year-old man, using his fingers to rape a child? Is that rape?
Whoa, is that what you fantasize, bro? Why you?
Do you see how he does that again? You see how he did it again? Answer the question.
Yeah.
Is that rape?
We're talking about.
Is
we're
that
talking about
rape?
adults.
Is that rape, or are you going to say that that's not rape? Is that rape?
That's statutory.
So is it rape?
Yeah, statutory rape. Yeah.
So it's rape. So by the way, to clarify, you
Because
don't
it's
think
statutory.
rape has to include a male member? You just conceded on that fact right now,
has to
and
have
the
a male
fact that
member.
you tried to do the same fucking stupid bullshit and say that are you fantasizing about that? You fucking weirdo! You're literally defending a guy who's quite literally protecting pedophiles in the Epstein files. You know that, right?
you have no evidence on
Wait,
that.
no, we do. Do you think there are pedophiles in the Epstein files?
You have to prove that Epstein's guilty. In the
Do
first
you
place.
think there are? Wait, did you just say I have to prove Epstein's guilty? He was convicted.
He wasn't convicted? He was.
Yes, he
unalive.
was.
Show me.
He
show
was
me that.
convicted. Epstein is convicted. What are you talking about?
Convicted of what?
Are you kidding? You think
He was-
Epstein
he was-
wasn't convicted?
He wasn't.
Look
convicted,
up. Look up. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet right now? You think Epstein wasn't convicted?
no. Regarding what?
No. Do you think Epstein was convicted?
I know he was convicted in 08 with another case, but nothing with Donald Trump. No.
I never said with Donald Trump. Do you
So
think
then
he was a
what do you-
convicted sex offender?
So- Yeah, show me where he's a convicted sex offender.
I have to show you. Do you agree that he was one?
Say it again.
Do you
My
agree
bad,
that he
again.
is one?
No, I don't think he.
By
is
the way,
one,
you
no.
can
There's
find that
no
he was a
evidence.
convicted sex offender from fucking Britannica. Do you accept
What does
Britannica?
it say? What does it
It
say?
says he's a convicted sex offender.
From what year? I haven't heard of this.
What? This is from Britannica.
Yeah, no, I'm saying what was the case that he was convicted of?
I just told you he's a convicted sex offender. What do you mean? What was the case? Look up Jeffrey
Like-
Epstein case. Why are you rage baiting?
I'm saying how old was she?
Why are you rage baiting? There were
I'm not rage-
multiple
I'm saying-
different circumstances, and why do you keep saying that, dude? Can you
So
like? Why are you denying this right now? You fucking weirdo! Why are you
saying he was
denying this about?
He was
Wait,
unalive.
wait.
They were
Do
trying
you
to do
do
an
you,
investigation
do
regarding
you
the
agree
island.
that Jeffrey Epstein is a convicted pedophile?
If you could prove it, then yeah, he probably is.
Okay, I'm going to the next person. What a fucking waste of time, dude. If you can prove it, what do you fucking mean, dude? What do you fucking... You don't think that it was proven that Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficked people, you fucking weirdo? Thank you for the galaxy, thank you. What are you talking about? Seriously, dude, what the fuck, dude? These are the people defending Trump, dude. They're like, oh, you have to prove that actually Epstein did these things. What are you talking about? The conviction did. You said you accept convictions. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Bryn, thank you so much for the $10. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here real quick, and then I have some people to thank still. Can we get some, again, W's for Michael in the comment section right now? That is so kind of you. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. W's for Michael in the comment section right now. That would have been great to ask. Sierra, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Nora. Oh, I totally saw this. I just saw it after. I'm so sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Nathan, thank you so much for the $1. That's so crazy, Nathan. That's so crazy. Let's go on the next individual here real quick, everybody. Do give it a quick second. Trying to get someone up here real quick. For the 9,000 people here on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. For the 3,400 people here, hit that thumbs up. And Rushing, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're such a cutie patootie!
The screaming fetus. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18. Would
Do
you
you support
debate my
Trump?
mom? Well, would
Oh.
you debate her through me? I was on Santana's
Yes.
live earlier.
What's your birth year, by the way?
I literally just turned 18, January 17th, 2008.
Okay. Yeah. If your parent is there, yeah.
Unfortunately, so I was on Santana's live earlier. The reason I'm asking, like, for you to debate me through her is because she says slurs. As a white woman.
Oh, you meant like you want me to. You
Yeah,
meant, like,
'cause she's, like,
she's not
listening.
there. She's not there, but you want me to like debate you on behalf of her.
Yeah, she's like listening, but she won't
Okay.
talk.
Okay, so I would debate them specifically, but I would actually. It seems like you did talk to Santana. I think that would be like the perfect conversation there. Genuinely, I do want to find people to like debate specifically, and I don't typically debate through people or anything like that. But I do appreciate you coming up, and of course, like
Okay, thank you so
I
much,
think
anyway.
Santana provided like an adequate response for that as well. I'm sure that he did. So let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
August 14th, 2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. For sure. I have a few people to thank here on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do give me a quick second to do that real quick. Give me one quick second. Alrighty. Give me a moment, everyone. Let me thank some people. MG Lola, by the way, again, thank you for the $5. Saren, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Ryan as well, thank you so much for the $10. I was just, honestly, the debates, hearing arguments against it really is what clarified it to me. Alrighty, let's try to get this. Let me see if I can find all of that information real quick. Tashia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's actually horrible. Thank you so much. Give us a W's for Tashia in the comment section. Thank you. DK, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mojo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Honestly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Manny, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Darsol, thank you for the $5. DK, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for DK in the comment section as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jog, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Vic, thank you for the £10. Kenny, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. MG Lola again with the $5. Deb with the $10.
I love you, Parker.
Okay, they were obviously not actually a Trump supporter. Let's go and make sure to get up a Trump supporter real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Looks like they just wanted to say that they love me real quick, so let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
I lied. I'm actually 19. I was born in November 11th, 2006.
Okay. And if you
I'm
could go back
19.
in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm not even trolling. Like, I saw him aura farm at the failed assassination attempt, and I was like,
So the next individual only send a guest request. If you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a quick second. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a quick second. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And what's your birth year?
March 10th, 2006.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Wait, hold up. I was actually finna make a different point. Like, can I make a different point real quick?
Who would you rather vote for in that context?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Or, I'm not even trying to argue about this right now. I was trying to argue about something different.
Okay.
No, I'm not going.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a quick second. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, yeah.
And what's your birth year? What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could
November
go back in
11th.
time and you could either vote
Yep.
for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
2007.
Okay, they have a huge echo. Or not echo, like delay. Do you give it a quick second, everyone? Let's get
Hey,
this next person up
Parker.
here. How old are you?
Love your 65. I love your platform, Parker. I just had a quick question for you. Does Harry still do
It seems like he doesn't support Trump. I do appreciate you. I don't think he does, by the way. Angela, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
No. You can't use two fingers.
Someone said they like Parker Grift a job. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Do give it a quick second. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people in here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. I, for some reason, don't believe them. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Oh my gosh, Kat, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Rosa Nebula. Thank you so much. Create some W's for Kat. Thank you for the Rosa Nebula. Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Yo, Jones, how old are you?
50.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And Kat, thank you for the galaxy. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump? Thank you for the galaxy.
Because I'm not a sissy liberal.
What's your birth year, by the way? Push the galaxy.
Don't fucking worry about it.
How old are you actually? Because I feel like you are above 18.
Nah, I'm 14.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, Kat, thank you so much for the Rosa Nebula. Thank you. As well as Angela, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Ismail, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. LOJ, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. And again, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Ismail, thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely horrible to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I'm sorry to hear that. As well as Alexandra, thank you so much for the push, the $40. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Alexandra in the comment section right now for the $40 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Phyllis, as well. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Can we get some W's right now in the comment section for Alexandra? Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Alexandra in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Alexandra. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just know that you never have to in that way. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh.
How old are you?
18, May 24th, 2007.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to let you know I'm cranking my hog.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
2005, August 26.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mainly because he's making our economy better.
Okay, how so?
Because he's killing niggers!
Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hi.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
I'm sorry, I don't believe them. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Papa, you
Why are you
Bro,
so
I'm
obsessed with
sorry.
me?
Dude, they're disgusting. Vault Boy, he was talking about why are you dodging me, then he came up here just to say the N-word. That stuff is genuinely unfunny.
Yeah, that's horrible.
And I'm not obsessed with you, bro.
Yes,
You're just
I mean,
like one of my favorite. I think you're like my favorite. Not like, cause like I think you're the worst grifter. So I think the way it works is that you would be my favorite grifter because out of all of them that I want to stop the most, it would have to be you. You feel
so
me?
you want to stop me the most?
Yeah. But I mean, like what I mean by that is that you're my main priority. I will get everybody down with non-violent means. By the way, we don't support violence.
Okay, so like, why am I the worst?
Bro, you've been in here the longest. You've gone to almost every domain. Once this is over, you're gonna start grifting for something different, and it's probably gonna be for a Republican cause. And
So you think I'm gonna
is
be
that funny to you,
Republican?
Dude, you've done everything. You were a communist. You were a. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if
Did
you
you
would
think I made
genuinely
money
start
off of being a
grifting.
leftist? Do you think I made money off of being a liberal prior to this? Tracy, think of the galaxy.
Off of being a communist, like on that YouTube video.
Dude, that was that. I
Like-
didn't make. That was a random debate, like when I was like 18 years old.
Bro, who was that?
Okay.
But you
So-
were a communist then, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like a market socialist.
How did that? So then, how did you fall out of that?
How did I just change my mind because of arguments I heard over time?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, no, I don't think you were profiting off of the communist debates, but I do think that you were trying to gather an audience. And I'm not saying grifting isn't only a profitable gain. You can get gain from more ways than grifting.
I can gain
I
from
mean,
more
wait,
ways
I'm sorry,
than
I'm
grifting.
geeked, bro. I'm geeked. Hold on, chill. No, actually chill. That was a Freudian slip. You can get gain from more ways than. You said Freudian?
That's what you said.
Chill on me. Okay, so you can get gain in more ways than like financial profit. In terms of grifting, that's what I meant
You're
to
saying
say.
through I
not-
was grifting for attention. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you were grifting, getting a audience off of being a communist. So that's why you have some of these like far left stragglers, even though you shook most of them off because you had to get more centrists, and then they started leaving you. You know what I'm saying? And then
by the way, I
now
just want to
you
let you know.
gathered an audience. You said what?
Yeah, I
What?
just want to let you know. I've been a liberal for many years.
And you're gonna stop that as soon as it's not profitable for you, because now you know it's actually making you money. And once you see a cause that's actually like bro, if it was the Groiper Nation, you would do it. If MAGA was more profitable, you would do it. If being a neo-libertarian, how do you say that, neo-libertarian phalangist was the more profitable, you would do it.
Why do you think Why do you think that?
Because dude, you don't get passionate for anything else. You're only passionate when it comes to getting money and reading off donations, and you know that's a fact. Word to my mother.
Okay, I'm sorry. You obviously know that's not true. You're just saying that to say.
No.
Like, genuinely?
No. You
Holy
will
shit.
sometimes
Cat with the Thunder Falcon. Oh my god. Cat. Oh my god, with the Thunder Falcon. Can we get some W's for Cat in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I've actually never seen that one before. That is crazy. Thank you so much, Cat. No, again, you've obviously heard me be passionate about other things. I think you're just saying that because you want attention right now.
No,
you know
bro.
what? You know what's
Listen.
ironic? You know what's ironic? I think when you're saying this, you're the one that's actually grifting, because I don't even think
How do
you
you think
actually
that?
believe that I'm grifting, and you're dishonestly saying this for my attention.
You think that I don't think you're grifting?
Yeah.
You think
I think that I think you
Hold
don't
on.
truly.
You
I think
think
you
I
don't truly.
think-
Yes, I think you don't truly believe that Dean and I are grifting,
gonna place
and
a
that you
thought-
just say that for Dean and I's attention.
For what do I need your attention for?
It looks like you're grifting for attention because you want to be on the lives. You want. It's not just my attention.
think it's profitable?
It's for attention for people in the stream. It's not just whether or not it's profitable. It's whether or not, in a certain sense of profit, you're profiting
I
off
believe
of
you're
the
grifting,
attention.
and I'm gonna stop you.
You're the one grifting here because you don't actually
not
believe that
grifting.
I'm dishonestly holding the positions I hold to.
I do.
Okay, well, I think that's ridiculous because I obviously don't dishonestly hold to the positions I hold to.
And I was gonna say,
And there's
bro,
no way
I
that you could know my
understand-
intentions
Yes,
there.
you will. On occasion, yes, you will get like, you'll maybe raise your voice or start speaking faster when it comes to.
Sophia, thank you for the
somebody
$5.
crazy
Thank you so
coming up
much.
on the
Really appreciate it.
live.
Thank you. Q some W for Sophia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for
W-
Since the only time that you get
Wait.
happy is when you get the money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Cynthia?
Sophia.
Sophia?
Ishmael,
Who?
thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry. I just
That's
had
what
to
I
like
mean,
I
man.
had to.
Hey.
Lister,
the
thank you so
Parker
much
is
for the
what I'm
$5.
at.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said
Parker
Parker
did
isn't
the job,
grifting me.
bro.
He's just the channel I pay my tithe
Hey.
to the Church of Pieces through. True. Braley,
sorry
thank
to
you so
tell
much for the
y'all, but y'all are
$25. Thank you so much for wanting to debate to my
subconsciously
favorite
supporting a grifter.
debater
Even if you
for
don't
my
know that
birthday
he's a
today.
grifter.
Yo, Braley, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Braley.
Thank you for the GGs. Because this guy
Okay.
is getting cooked. It is kind of GGs. But anyway, as I was saying,
Andrew, thank you for the
you
$5
will,
for Kick the Grifter.
on
I should.
occasion, raise your
Kelsey,
voice
thank you for the
or
shiny air
start
balloon.
speaking
And thank you for the
faster
$10.
or
Thank you,
something.
Evie. Thank you
This
so
is
much for
what
the
I mean.
$10. Wait, by the way, I just want to let you know.
Go on.
Ironically speaking, literally like the last guest or like the guest prior to that, I literally did raise my voice because of the fact that they were a great apologist.
Yes, please let me continue on that. I understand that you will get passionate when it comes to things like that, and that's understandable. I'm saying though, that is only on occasion, whereas you will actively every single time mid-debate, you'll start going, "Ah, thank you for the donation." Or, bro, and I don't even remember these names
Sophia, thank you so much for the
because-
$5. Thank you so much, Sophia. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm talking,
Andrew, thank
does
you so much for
Carrie
the
from the
$5 again. I really appreciate
Sophia might be
it.
from the
Kata,
DNC.
thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much for the
I'm calling
grifting, and the caller
everybody
gets
out.
so offended.
Michael's from the DNC.
I know, right? Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Damien's from the DNC.
Hey, dude, I just want to let you know, we only do this because you get mad at it. Okay? If you didn't get mad at it, we wouldn't do it.
That doesn't even make sense.
I'm actually genuinely serious. I don't do it to people who don't get mad at it.
Yes, okay, but you do though. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you do.
like if someone's not
On a-
productively trying to
on a-
engage with a debate, then I'll do it. But if someone is trying to productively engage with a debate,
but
I
that's
won't
in your
do it.
subjective opinion.
Michael, thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo. Can we get some W's from Michael in the comment section right now for the $200 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the $200. Thank you so much.
You're gonna cook, little bro. Yeah, you're getting cooked.
Michael said just to offend this guy. Thank you so much,
It's
Michael.
Michael! See,
Dude,
this
this
is what
guy's
I
so
mean, bro. I
mad.
know their names, bro. They always like if you have. That's why everybody.
Pill, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Gay Uncles, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Repeat donations, bro. We
Glam
know
Power,
it's
thank you for the $5.
DNC.
Thank you. What's wrong with
We know
repeat donations?
It's DNC.
Okay, this is you
Bro,
trolling.
that's your
This is
cover-up.
you literally grifting right now. You do not believe I'm paid by the DNC.
I actually do think it is a possibility because isn't Harry's system proven to be funded by DNC? And then you're in the same bubble as that. I think it's very possible you could be funded by the DNC. I think it's actually
One, I'm
genuinely
not.
possible.
I haven't been friends with Harry for a while
Is
now.
it an exaggerated allegation?
Secondly,
Yes, but it's
secondly,
still
I
a
know for a
valid-
fact that Harry's not funded by the DNC.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Wait, you're still. What do you mean? You still know? Are you still friends with Harry's system?
Gabby,
Parker?
appreciate the money gun. No, but from the information that I knew when
Okay,
I was, right, I do know that he didn't get paid by the DNC.
Is he currently funded by the DNC?
No, not to my knowledge.
Who's funded by the DNC?
No one. The DNC doesn't fund anyone,
Have I just
dude.
been falling for right-wing propaganda?
Yeah. I'm serious. Like I mean, like there's a reason that to say that like they probably should have been doing shit like that, but they're not. Like, you think the DNC does not have put together shit, dude. That's one of the biggest issues I have with the DNC. Leslie, thank you so much for the
As
gem
an
gun.
example, like Dean Withers deleting that video, and I know he already gave his arguments for that, and I understand
That's what
his
he should have
position on
done.
that. I'm saying, yes, I know. I'm saying though, but him doing that in the first place, it just seemed like such a democratic failed or like it's almost like he's just spewing left wing, rhetoric, regardless of the situation. He didn't really do much for it. He pulled over, got really passionate, raised his voice for some,
Yeah.
And then
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why? Right? Because
tell me
because the Trump administration just defended murdering a woman in broad daylight. Renee Good was murdered in broad daylight, right? And he read an article that said that this person was strangled by people, right? And the medical examiner indicated that, and he made a determination based upon the article that he saw. He pulled over, and he was mad as fuck about the fact that that was the case. So he was like, I'm going to make a video about this. And then when he saw later on that that person was a convicted fucking pedophile, he obviously was like, okay, obviously wouldn't want to do that knowing that information. Therefore, he deleted the video. Okay?
Is it unfair to say that he should have done more research before he pulled over and screamed on a TikTok video and, like, honestly spread I'm not saying it's a harmful rhetoric, but, like, just, like, not defending, I don't know, man. It was just, like, it really did seem
I think
like
it's
he was getting
reasonable to say.
so
Listen,
angry
I think
for-
I mean, because of the set of conditions, I think it's reasonable to say that yes, he should have done more research on the matter, but it's also reasonable to say that he did exactly what he did, right? Given what's happened recently, especially, and also
Do you
like
think that was maybe
by the
emotional?
way, I think that's a level of accountability that he's willing to apply that practically
And I will
like,
give him
no
that,
one on
yes.
the right would be willing to do. Right? Where's
facts.
where's the golden millennial taking down his videos after lying? He never does
The
that.
older millennial?
And
The older millennial?
the
No, he's
golden
fun. I
the
don't-
golden millennial. Sorry.
Who's that?
It's the older millennial. He just peed on himself on
Are you
video.
serious?
Yeah, there's a video of him.
Are you dead serious?
Yeah, a video of him being detained by the police and he peed himself.
Oh my god.
Or talked to by the police. I don't know if he was detained.
Oh my god. No, I heard of the dude. I used to actually know about him back in 2022 when the whole Israel thing got. I don't know if he's still on that grift, but he is the
I typically wouldn't make
craziest
fun
Israel
of
grifter
I typically
ever.
wouldn't make fun of things like this, but like I genuinely hate the
No,
older
he is a
millennial
terrible person.
because he's
He
a
is a
terrible
terrible
person,
person.
and he does
He would ne-
like
yeah, I know,
he
bro.
does this to everyone else. Like I totally think it's reasonable to do to him. That's why I
Yes.
called him the golden millennial from now on.
And I'll give that to Dean. He takes accountability when he's wrong. But like you can see where the other people are coming from though.
Wait, you said you could see where Dean's coming from?
No, I'm saying yeah, I can see where Dean's coming from.
So,
but
like,
I'm saying,
where do you get that
can
we're
you and
funded-
Dean see?
Hey, dude, like genuinely, think about it this way: if there were influencers that were funded by the DNC, I think Dean and I would have figured it out by now.
I think DNC is like a
Like, to be totally honest with you, like, I'm actually serious.
generalization of saying that you're funded by left-wing sources.
Wait, Sophia,
that are
seriously.
spreading rhetoric.
Sophia, well, obviously, I'm not funded by any left-wing source. I'll tell you exactly how I make my money: Venmo, PayPal, YouTube Super Chat. That's it.
I don't know. It really is hard to believe. You're telling me you go on Jubilee for free $99?
I did before. I mean, the last one I went on, they gave me
Do they
like
pay you now?
a small amount of money. Yeah.
Okay, well that's acceptable. I mean, it's not like I think they're bipartisan considering the fact they're putting on insane people such as Destiny. Who else? I don't remember the right wing people.
All
I
right.
mean, Charlie
All
Kirk
right.
is
What are we
insane
even
in my
talking about at
opinion.
this point? This is not the DNC. You're not giving evidence that I'm funded by the
You're
DNC.
funded by separate sources than your donations. I
Who?
know it.
Who?
I can't. I know who. I don't know who. It could be the DNC. It could be. Put that down.
You know it's true. You know this is exactly what you're
No.
doing right now. This is, you know this.
It's not a trust
This is who
me,
you
bro,
are.
because no, I don't yap. You yap. You guys absolutely, especially Dean Withers. I don't know if I mean it might be the anxiety pen.
No, I'm
Well,
serious. Like,
you
dude,
know,
you're...
I'll think of some
Actually,
like, better Trump
Parker
debates.
Parker's funded by the DNC. Actually, directly for the DNC. Okay, seriously,
Because
you
I
have
can't keep
you have
doing
no
this
arguments.
deportation
You have
debates.
no evidence. You're being ridiculous right now.
No,
You're
I do have
you're
arguments
genuinely
beside-
you
you're
are
just
genuinely
only
saying this.
hyperfixating on the
You're
DNC
saying this for
debate.
my attention. You're saying this for the attention of the
No, I
live.
don't want
You're
your
not
attention,
saying this
Will, bro.
because you genuinely believe this. Steven, by the way, thank you for the $5
I do
to
believe
repeat
it. I do
$5
believe
fund
you
from the
could be
DNC.
funded by separate sources. Just because I don't have an active evidence for that doesn't mean I don't believe it. You
Okay,
think that
wait.
just
So then,
because,
so you think
you
it's
believe
justified to
that
believe things?
without-
Do you think it's justified to believe things without evidence?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, you do. Okay. So then I have a question. Do you think it was? Do you think
Yes.
it's justified to believe that Donald Trump is a rapist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why don't you?
I do.
You do believe he's a rapist, yet you still support him?
Not exactly, no. I don't support his character.
So to clarify, even though he's a rapist, you still would vote for him.
But I can't vote for him. He can't run again.
Like, if the election were held today, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris wouldn't run again. Would I vote for?
No, I'm just asking.
I would need a sufficient reason
if
to
an
vote
election,
for Kamala Harris
listen,
over
listen.
him.
If an election were held today, and the candidates were Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump again, who would you rather vote for?
With what I know, Donald J. Trump.
You'd still vote for Donald Trump even though he's a rapist under your view?
I would need sufficient reason to vote. Like with Creed just asked to get him up, but I don't know if you want to do that. That would get chaotic.
Yeah, you guys scream.
But as I was
so.
saying, I don't scream. I'm actually really calm today because I hit the elevation pen. But as I was saying,
You were
actually,
the reason
can you
why
remind me what I was saying?
both of you guys got kicked on Dean's Live earlier, so.
Bro, okay, but I said that because he said it was filled with hatred. I have no hatred
Phil.
for you two.
Phil.
That's the type of feelings that, like, his name isn't Phil.
It is.
Those are the types of feelings that got Charlie Kirk killed, I think. Hatred is not what I hold toward you two. I would not do that to you guys. Like, I just want you guys to genuinely stop grifting and get off this platform and enjoy the funds you've already made and then live your life. Go have some fun, bro. Like, what are you doing? Get off live. Same with Dean.
Hey,
Santana
I just want to let
can
you know
stay
something
there.
crazy. I just want to let you know something crazy. If I won the lottery, I'd still do what I do right now.
Why?
Because I genuinely have meaning in this. I feel meaning and purpose in doing this. I feel like this is beneficial for the world. I genuinely
your goal?
I like debating. My goal is to get people to critically think more, to get people to involve themselves with politics more, right? To keep themselves
What's the
critically
goal in
involved
that?
with politics because it holds our politicians accountable to a greater extent. It creates a better society for me, for my children in the future, for my great-grandchildren, and for everyone in our society. And I really fucking care about this country. That's why.
Not to discredit you, Parker Griffithjob, but when I feel like the people you're affecting are just a bunch of people that don't even like. I do see, because whenever I'm saying everybody here's a teenager, I'll see like a couple donations from some 49-year-old liberal women that are donating to you, and I understand that you do have people that are older that can make like differences in the. But I just think like in terms of power, like you and Dean combined hold zero power toward an election. I feel like.
I think it's absurd to say that Dean and I hold no power when there's currently, 11,500 people in the stream on YouTube and TikTok right now? That's influence.
11, that's
that
not enough.
influence,
That's not enough.
Listen, that influence gets other people to do things. You say it's not enough. I don't think I'm the sole determining factor of the election. Even if I'm not the sole determining factor of the election, it still changes people's social beliefs. It influences society in a positive manner. Thousands of different people right now are watching the stream. Thousands upon thousands of people are watching the stream right now. Every single day, there's thousands of people. You add that on top of all the time that we put into this, that compounds. People will then learn different things. They pass that down to other people, right? And it spreads like wildfire. That's what I want. I want a country
Mhm.
that critically thinks more. I want a country that reasonably engages more. I want a country that involves itself in politics more because it realizes that, again, the common idea that because politics sucks and it's really annoying and it's hard to deal with and the information is very critical and it's like a lot to deal with, that gets people disengaged, then leads to it being worse off. Okay, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that creates that. That's why I want people to get more involved. That's why I care about politics so much. That's why I do political streams all the time, especially now when I didn't even do political streams prior all the time. I did some political streams, but everything wasn't political. It's because I believe in this so much. Okay, I think it's so important. I see that this is meaningful. It's impactful. It's changed so many people's lives. Hell, it's changed my life. Okay. So it is impactful. And even if I am not able to determine or change the election based upon that, I still made the world better than it would have been if I didn't do it. And that is enough for me to say that I want to do it and I believe in it and I find purpose in meaning it. So like what do you mean? What do you mean? What is the goal? What would be the goal of you coming on my live stream if you didn't think it was effective?
A majority of this chat, do you think that this said wildfire? Do you think the people here are going on their own debates, branching off, and then they're changing minds? And then do you think that's a spread? I don't see that.
Wait, hey, you want me to tell you something crazy? Sophia, let me tell you something crazy. Before I did debates on TikTok, there was practically no community. Okay, there was practically no community. You know how many lives you see now about debating about Donald Trump that exists now on this platform comparative to prior? Since Dean and I have started doing this, a lot of people have done this. Okay, it's not just that, it's also people in their own lives. It's the stuff you don't see on social media that also makes a meaningful impact. That wouldn't have happened if we never did this. Okay.
Yeah.
That would have not happened.
I conceded.
Millions of people on Jubilee, millions of people on social media platforms have seen the content that we've made, and it's changed the literal discourse in politics, okay? It is unbelievable the level of influence and power that we've been able to maintain. It is out of luck that we've gotten to this position. It is out of privilege that we've gotten to this position. Right? And we have to acknowledge it. We have to acknowledge that this is meaningful, that this is impactful, and that people in positions like this do have an influence. And if you don't act that they have an influence, well, then there's a lack of accountability for anyone in those positions. Right? I think that this is important. Obviously, there's hard work involved, but I think it's a hell of a lot of luck. Like, in any person who's in a position such as this that does not acknowledge that a huge reason why they're in that position is luck, then they're either stupid or they have such an ego that they're not even willing to acknowledge reality. Okay? Because luck is incredibly important within these things. Okay? I have the privilege of being able to influence so many people because I got fucking lucky on the internet. Okay? And this does impact things. It changes people's minds. Look at how many people in the comment section, again, have a different perspective on things now than what they did prior to hearing any of my content. How many people have been changed? Not even just through these live streams, but through the video content that we put on top of that. It's literally unfathomable to me. I'm serious. I couldn't even fathom it.
Parker, and I do acknowledge everything you just said. But I feel like when I scroll onto TikTok and I see either your stream or anybody else, whether it not the ones that are small scale. I think they're doing it for the love of. But like when I'm seeing like Dean Withers, I don't know. He just seems like the most unauthentic puppet of the Democratic Party I've ever seen in my life. And I just feel like when I'm seeing your streams, and his streams, it like really just seems like an echo chamber. And then when I just like close TikTok, right, and I go outside, or I open up other platforms such as like, I don't know, maybe X, I don't see that same type of energy. I don't see anybody that's like, no one's like that, bro. Everybody's
Really?
just spreading
You don't see people who are
stuff.
just saying random crazy shit on X just to make money? You've got to be kidding me.
No,
X is
no,
all
no,
that.
no, 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 no. I'm saying like I don't see the same type of stuff you guys spread once I close TikTok. It's like it's only here, bro. Like it genuinely feels like this is like, bro.
It's because your own
X,
algorithms.
or I go outside.
Now, let me tell you this. Dean is one of the most misunderstood people on social media because people baselessly misunderstand him because they just don't like liberals or some group that he's a part of, right? I don't know why people do it to the extent that they do, right? It's ridiculous, and it typically lacks reason, okay? Like, genuinely, what are the reasons? What are the reasons why you think that Dean is like some DNC shill? Is it just because he believes that the Democratic Party is preferable? What about the fact that he says that? Or what about what he
not
says?
Like a DNC show. I'm saying like I just think he's not authentic in general, not just.
What makes you think he's not authentic?
I think it's not authentic because he barely engages with conversation, and he would rather just yell over the debate, and that's kind of crazy.
He engages with conversation all the time.
Yeah, he does engage with
think about this.
conversation.
Out of practically any person who has a large platform, he engages with conversation more than practically everyone in our entire society. Name a single celebrity that has anywhere near the level of direct conversation that Dean does.
I'm talking about engaging in conversation as in whenever he's in the debate conversation.
Yeah,
he starts
he does
yelling
that.
over
He
the
does
conversation
that.
with debates, and he dodges
He
points.
does that in certain circumstances, not with every single debate or conversation.
Yeah, no. But that's unproductive.
No, it's not. There are certain circumstances
is.
where you would reasonably respond that way. Okay, when there's a grape apologist coming up on your live stream, literally overlooking that, absolutely,
I
you're
don't even
going to
think they should
respond
be
that way.
entertained.
Hell, I responded that way. You say it shouldn't be entertained. If it shouldn't be entertained, then I can't talk to Trump supporters because they support a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Okay. You understand that it's important for us to communicate this to people. And actually, by the way, you're right. If it was the case that we lived in a society that no one held MAGA beliefs, right, and it wasn't prevalent enough in society to even impact meaningful policy, right, and it was significantly to the right of the current Overton window, then absolutely, it would not be justified to have conversations with people that hold the beliefs you do. But because it's so prevalent, because he's in the position of the presidency, and because they have such a meaningful impact on the politics, we have to respond to it. We can't put our head in the sand and not fucking acknowledge it.
I feel like the impact from the left is not as major as I've been seeing from the right.
Wait, I have a question.
And
If you think grape apologists shouldn't be entertained, then do you believe grapists shouldn't be president?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you believe that Donald Trump is a grapist, correct?
Yes.
Therefore, you think he shouldn't be president, yet you still believe you support him? Yet you still
He
would vote
became
for him?
president. I wouldn't vote for him because I can't vote for him, and also because
Wait, I just
don't
asked you.
have
I just asked you
sufficient
if I just asked you if the election were held today, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, you would still
reason.
vote for
and
Donald Trump, right?
I said that if I had sufficient reasons to vote for Kamala, then I would consider.
Wait, no. It's not about. Wait, the sufficient reason to vote for Kamala is that Donald Trump is a rapist, and you already believe that.
So do you want me to vote only on characteristic factors?
I think that's a relevant quality
You
that
think
will
that's like-
disqualify voting for Donald Trump.
But
You
then-
just
then
wait.
I
By the
don't
way,
think
you
Kamala
just said
should
it
be
was
the-
you literally just said it was a disqualifying reason.
Yeah, but I don't think in that comparison you should be comparing Kamala to that because I would rather probably vote for somebody else then.
You would rather vote for someone else. So no, I'm saying that the only two candidates are Kamala Harris or Donald
If
Trump.
they were the
Who would
only
you rather
two?
vote for? Yeah.
You would just want me to blind vote just because of that. I mean, I guess like.
What do you mean blind
just
vote?
off of
Like, did you
moral-
not do any research? Can you name one Kamala Harris policy that you disagree with?
That I disagree with? Didn't she? This isn't a policy, so I
No,
can't.
name a before you talk about this. Name a single Kamala Harris policy that you disagree with.
Can't name a policy. I was gonna.
So if you
mention
can't
the,
name a single
jailing
policy,
of.
if you can't name a single policy, right, that Kamala Harris supports that you disagree with, then how could you say, right, that you specifically, right, had enough reason to even vote in the election or even make a determination? Why didn't you do the research? Why didn't you look into
Because
a single?
once again, like I said, the left wing impact is way less, and I think the right wing impact was.
What does that even
There
mean?
wasn't any information on Kamala.
There wasn't
barely
information.
even any
There was
information
a
on Biden. I feel like the
70-page
majority
document.
of people that voted for
You're
Biden
so
were just
dishonest, Sophia. There was a 70-page document about her policies. There were debates. She literally talked about her policies. Okay, Donald Trump said concepts of a plan for his healthcare plan. There were literally policies that she advocated for. You did no research. Okay? Stop blaming your lack of research on them not having policy. That is what pisses me off with people, genuinely. It is so annoying. Why do people act like she had no policy? Why? Like, genuinely. It is the dumbest point you could possibly fucking make. It is genuinely the dumbest point you could make. She clearly had
didn't say
policy.
that.
What the fuck are you guys talking about? You think she didn't explain her policies? Look at her fucking policy website. Watch the debate. Are you fucking kidding me? You couldn't find out a single one of her policies?
Everybody has directly explained their direct policies. I'm saying that it wasn't spread by enough people for it to get far enough for anyone to even
For
get the
you?
message.
You couldn't find it? Yes, you could. You go on social media. You said you looked on X.
No, I did not.
You could have found that on X.
Nah, I didn't.
Yes, you could have. Well, apparently
No,
you
I
didn't do any
didn't,
research
though.
on X. You didn't do any
I
research
did.
at all.
When I
No, you
tried
didn't.
to look into Kamala, all I saw was
What did you do?
anti-Kamala
What did you do?
stuff.
Look at Alex Jones and Infowars and Fox News?
No, I literally just looked up like Kamala Harris, and it would I'll say like maybe TikTok or X, and
Did
it
you
would
watch
be
the
about.
debates?
Yeah, I did watch the debates.
So then you heard the
I think I only
policies.
watched the.
So then you heard the policies.
I don't. Wait, I think I watched one debate. It was with the one where he was talking about like the crazy stuff, like they were eating cats and dogs.
Yeah,
and stuff.
that's the one where he debated Kamala Harris. That was the only one, and she mentioned her policies. How much of it did you watch? Did you watch the whole thing?
I did watch the whole thing.
You did? Okay. So the very
I just remember
beginning
the crazy
of it,
buzzwords.
the very beginning of it, she literally mentioned multiple of her policies. Literally, the first question mentioned multiple of her policies. Okay? It makes me so angry that people just won't do research, that they won't pay attention to the debates, and then they blame Kamala Harris and say that she wasn't qualified, that she wasn't ready, that she didn't have policy, when she clearly established what her policy was, when she literally did everything people asked. Okay? It is
I
so
think she
frustrating.
was qualified.
Yeah, she was incredibly qualified. She was overqualified. Donald Trump had no qualifications, and yet you guys voted for him. Yet she was the one that was referred to as unqualified. It's
I don't think that's
embarrassing.
valid to say.
No, it's literally embarrassing that our country did that. Like, it's so
You think
stupid.
he has no qualities?
He has no qualifications to be president of the United States. Yeah. Name a
How?
qualification.
Is he not like a good like businessman? Is he not a good economical figure?
Being a good businessman doesn't mean that you're a good president. He had 6+ bankruptcies. He inherited millions of dollars from his dad. $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad. Okay? If you inherit $400 million from your dad, the types of investments that you can engage in, comparative to the typical person, are significantly more likely to yield a profit. Okay? Because you're able to...
So none of those factors are beneficial? I'm sorry.
No.
They're not beneficial to running a country.
No.
No, I'm not saying like his failures. I'm saying
None
that
of these are
being
qualified.
involved
Wait,
with
so let me
business-
clarify. Let me clarify.
I feel like you're cherry picking his failures.
Are these traits that could be helpful within a person who could be president? Sure. Are these traits that indicate someone's qualified for being president? No. This is not qualifications, okay?
What would you say makes someone qualified for a presidency then? If being good intellectually with business isn't a qualification, I'm not saying like no.
He's
I'm
not
saying,
intellectual.
Are you saying when you say a qualification, are you saying like it should be a necessity to become president, or like what do you mean by it?
Yeah, by qualification, I mean something that is reasonable to establish that a person has a certain quality that indicates that they have good experience for this particular job. Okay? Or to fulfill a particular type of role. Okay?
Yeah.
Like someone was educated. Like someone has really good policy. Like someone has the ability to work with people in Congress to get them to work together to get then pass legislation. Like someone that understands the law. Like
But I
someone
feel
that has
like-
held criminals accountable. Not like someone who was a convicted criminal that tried to undermine the election in 2020. That denies basic facts of reality, right? Like, for example, he said windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the vote. He said that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. This guy's fucking stupid, okay? He's not qualified to be president. It's wildly insane that any American thought it was reasonable to put him in the position of presidency. Genuinely insane to me.
I acknowledge and accept everything you say there. Did Kamala did or did she not arrest a set number of people for a long time?
Wait, by the way, you can't say any. You
I'm
can't
not
say
gonna
any
say. I know. I'm
DRUG
not
name.
gonna
Yeah.
say. I know. Under M drug.
So
Charges.
she didn't arrest people. She advocated to legalize it. She still advocates to legalize it. Those were people specifically that already they had other sorts of crimes that they committed, or it was specifically a violation of probation, right? And it was just them continuing to follow the law that already existed.
But back then, back when I was like reading into it, and I could have a hazy memory because this was back when the elections were still going on. They were saying that she was directly calling for, like them being jailed for 25 years or so, like
No.
insane amounts of
No,
times.
no.
And
She was
that was
calling
like
for
anti-Kamala talking points.
No, she was calling for legalization.
So, yeah, okay. In that case, then I don't know because that's what I was seeing.
Who told you that? Genuinely, who? That was total propaganda.
Genuinely a lot of like people. I read it on TikTok and then also X,
Yeah.
and then I also would get links for sources outside of it, and I can't remember the direct sources because when
All
I'm doing
propaganda. All propaganda. She never did that. She explicitly wants to legalize it.
hmm Okay, in that case, I concede to that point.
Okay.
So, like, what qualifications did she have? And I'm not saying that she didn't have these qualifications. I'm just
Let me
asking
tell
for a
you.
clarification of the yes.
Yeah, prosecutor, district attorney, attorney general. She also was the senator. She was vice president of the United States. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in U.S. history. She got people to compromise to work together, and that's why they had tie-breaking votes, right? That she specifically was a part of. They worked together to get legislation passed. So she clearly has, right, a history of being incredibly qualified to be in this position. Trump doesn't have that.
So then,
Like, what did
like,
Trump do?
those are all
You're
good
fired.
qualities, and
You're
I
fired.
agree. I agree those are all good qualities and qualifications of being a president. I think those are all useful factors in terms of presidency and the vice presidency. But how did those things fail to reach people such as I and other people in the media or maybe other things or like the news to the point where you like Donald Trump won the election and right now as we speak, as I was saying,
Americans
like,
are undereducated.
I think the only Democratic influence I'm seeing is on TikTok.
I'll just tell you I'll tell you the real thing. Americans are undereducated. We need to invest in education.
Where are we going to get that education?
Well,
Besides
we need to invest in
education. Can you rely
education.
on everybody to do that?
Well, I think that we need to invest in education from the top down to a greater extent, have federal circumstances that ensure educational rights for us around the entirety of the United States. We need to have the best education system in the world. We are incredibly undereducated right now, right? Because of the fact that people literally just attributed because inflation happened under the Biden-Harris administration, that was because of the Biden-Harris administration, okay? That is a threat to our system. It's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our way of life. It's a threat to literally, right, us maintaining our place in the world, right? So I absolutely think that we need to be educated. And I think that our willingness to be undereducated has harmed our country irreparably, okay?
I agree 1,000%.
We need excellence with education. We do not need lackluster standards with education. We need to invest in it. We need to invest into our children. We need to invest into our society as a whole to build up everyone rather than just allow it for this level of inequality to lead to people being disenfranchised who just don't have the money to afford it or don't have the ability to go to live in some really rich community with high property values so that they have high property tax revenue, right, for the school systems. You know what I mean? Like, it should be ensured everywhere around the United States, everyone has adequate education, right? Because, again, to be totally honest with you, red states, they get shitty education, and then they raise idiots that then vote for Republican candidates to a greater extent, disproportionately, because of the fact that they're undereducated. And if they were given the information, that literally basic information, right, they would indicate that Republican candidates are worse, okay? I'm literally serious. If they were given basic information,
I noticed
they would indicate Republican candidates are worse. Because Republican candidates are able to use all of these different types of issues to try to distract working class people from the fact that the rich and the well-connected are fucking them over and are getting what they want at the expense of working class people, okay? And that's what Republicans are priding themselves on, is being able to distract people from the evil policies that they support. The cutting people off their access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? And then the no plans for healthcare, right? Like their goal is to literally harm working class people and give more to the rich. That's literally what they've been trying to do for like how long now? That's Donald Trump's policy, okay? Tariffs increase taxes on everyone, okay? Because it increases the price of consumer products. Income tax is not applied to everyone. People who don't make enough money because of standard deduction don't pay income tax, okay? They are paying tariffs. So he's placing a tax on people who do not make enough to even pay income tax, and then reducing income tax, which disproportionately the revenue goes to people who are rich and wealthy because income tax is progressive. So what is he doing? He's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on cost of living, consumer products, and things that they need to survive. So when your vote, again, education is so important because when we don't have education, right, corporations, the rich, are able to influence us and manipulate us in manners in which benefit them at the negative impacts of the broader population. That's just the reality.
I agree. I noticed that when it comes to states with a lot more major cities, they always tend to be blue states. And then a lot of a lot of states with counties and stuff that are lesser known, or a lot of just like empty farmland and stuff, a lot of them will end up just voting red. And I do notice that when it comes to elections, and I think that was also like a pretty big factor that played when Kamala lost. And I do think it was close. I just think
that could be access to education, proximity to people. That could be various things.
Yeah, and like I just feel like I mean I've seen a lot of like I have a big issue especially with what happened to Renee Good. I've noticed a lot of extreme willful ignorance with that situation. Of just and like I noticed it's just the refusal to acknowledge something being terrible for the sake of us furthering a narrative, because you just can never admit to be like a wrong or it's like a terrible thing being done, and then like especially disavowing Trump not acknowledging it, like almost painting him as a hero for doing it. And I fully disagree with that. I think what happened to Renee Good was terrible, and I noticed willful ignorance both with them, especially them. I'm not going to say that it's disproportionate with the left. I think it's very disproportionate with the right, being willfully ignorant. But like I also noticed people like, I don't know, Hassan Piker, active like support of terrorist organizations. And I don't think it's disproportionate, like I said, but like I think there's a big issue with willful ignorance with both people and also education, whether it be in schools in general or just a lack of having resources to do it yourself. I feel like most people that are even getting educated I feel like most time they're just doing independent research. I don't think anybody's learning the stuff from school or college or any type of education system. I don't think anything out there is teaching that.
Okay. So if you think Hassan is representative of the entire Democratic Party, I'm sorry, but you're clearly mistaken.
No, I don't. I'm saying
Okay.
like I think, but he does have. I don't want to discredit y'all, but right now I feel like he has a bigger active influence,
Okay.
and I think that's an issue.
Okay. I don't understand what your point is there, though.
My point is like he is a pretty big Democratic figurehead, and he is an issue.
Okay. I wouldn't say that he's anywhere even comparable to a bunch of the people you have on the right.
I know. He's not representative of the left either, but like
Any disagreement you have with Hassan is smaller than any disagreement you have with a bunch of different huge right-wingers.
I think terrorists are pretty bad.
Oh my God. All right, everyone. We're still here. I hate when my internet cuts out. I apologize for that, everyone. We're good, though. We're back. It looks like everything is loaded. If there ends up being an issue, just know that I will be back in a few minutes. And that it's just an internet thing, and then I can fix it real quick. So just letting everyone know, if that happens again, that's what's going to happen. But looks like the internet is completely fine right now. We're going to be okay. Alrighty, at this point, man, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, I think that one thing you need to acknowledge is that the active support for violence, the active support for extremism is significantly more prevalent amongst Republicans that are in Congress compared to Democrats in Congress. You could point to people in the movements on both sides, right, that you consider extreme. But I don't think that you see the same level of extremism supported directly by the individuals in government on the left comparative to the right.
But I feel like the influence with the right is disproportionate with the left because the left doesn't really have a impact. And I feel like whenever the left does have an impact, it's being misconstrued because of people like Hassan Piker, because they have such extremist views. And then there's people like you, I feel like, if you're not grifting, like you have these way more realistic views to have. And that's something I feel like it doesn't get spread as much as, say, like, dude, I feel like it's more prevalent. An average person would see just some random loser verified on Twitter spreading any type of right-wing talking point than Parker get a job on TikTok.
And that's an issue, of course.
I think that is an issue.
That's an issue that people are more willing to accept misinformation, and that misinformation is more willing or likely to spread on the internet, or that bad information is more likely to spread on the internet. Now, again, your ideological disagreements with Hassan are not something that you can prescribe over the entire Democratic Party. And it's also not something that you can use in order to say that like it's comparable to the extremism on the right. It's nowhere near comparable. I think it's absurd to make that comparison even. But again, can you acknowledge that can you name a single Democrat in office that has an extreme view?
Yeah.
Name one.
Kamala Harris.
What
She
is the
supported
extreme
Israel.
view?
She supported
Okay.
Israel.
Okay, wait.
She
So
supported
if you consider an extreme view support of Israel, then you disagree with Donald Trump because literally
Absolutely, I've already
Netanyahu,
said that. I think I told that to Dean. I don't know if it was you.
Netanyahu said that Donald Trump is his greatest ally that they've ever had in the position of the Oval Office.
Yeah, I disavow that. I think Netanyahu's a terrorist.
Okay, so then why do you wait? So then you think that your side supports terrorism?
Yeah, I don't like either side.
So why were you saying that about Hassan when you literally believe that practically
What?
everyone is supporting terrorism?
Oh no, right wing, bro.
Like in the government,
Hamas
for example.
was funded by Israel. That is a proven fact. The right has supported and funded terrorists before. Absolutely, I'm just saying that actively right now, it's giving the right, because the right already has a bigger influence, in my opinion. So when they see left-wing influencers like Hassan doing such extremist things, it gives them ammunition, in my opinion, to spread a further narrative that's making the more common people in America fall for the right and spread even more disinformation.
So you think that Hassan pushes people to the right?
Direct, yeah, actually, because
Okay.
I mean,
So
I have a
hold
direct
up.
source for that. in my
Are you
opinion.
right wing?
Me?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm really, I don't know, I'm like gender fluid, but with politics right now. Hey, I don't know. Don't ask questions. I'm like deciding that right now. I'm at a time in my life. You feel me?
Okay, so you feel
You
like
ever
you're a
been there?
moderate.
You used to be a
feel like
communist.
you feel like you're a moderate. So then here, I don't think you're moderate because you
Maybe.
still support Trump. That makes no sense.
I feel like I'm starting to have more left-leaning values, but I don't know.
To clarify, if you think that Hassan moves more people to the right and you support the right, then wouldn't you like Hassan?
No, because the way they're supporting the right isn't even in like an actual value. It's more so just out of spite and resentment for figures such as like, and I mean, you'll literally see it with people, even like just moderates like you, Dean Withers. You'll see comments full of people like, I'm right wing because Dean Withers. And I think that's corny. But like, there's actual extremists like Hassan, and I think that does, I don't think it's reasonable even still, but I think it does in certain circumstances push moderate people to another side, where I think like the right has a lot of face value.
The right has a lot
issues
more
going
extreme
on.
figures that then push people to
Yeah,
the other
and
side.
I think the
then,
face, like
if
with
anything.
Minnesota has been like the whole Leering Center situation was disproved. Yet to this day, people are still like messing around with the Leering Center situation, saying that, and then like blaming Somalian people for fraud and stuff like that, even when they have that evidence that they're like I said, willful ignorance, they refuse to look at it and would rather just keep going on.
You're not
every
a Trump
single day.
supporter, are you?
Uh,
You're not actually a Trump supporter.
I do support certain policies.
What
Not
policies?
policies, because
Like
you know
overall,
damn
would
well
you
I'm not
still
gonna name
overall
the
support Trump?
Overall, right now, no.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Well, I'm
Have a
gonna
good
go on to
day.
the next person. I'm glad that you've changed your
Wait.
mind. Do you still think I'm a grifter
Take
now
a half
that you've had a
elevation pen.
given that I've had a full conversation with you? Do you still think I'm a grifter?
You, Parker, get a job. I don't think you're a grifter. I'm gonna keep.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. I love convincing people that I'm not a grifter because I think it's ridiculous to believe that I am in the first place. So I get like a unique like sense of satisfaction from convincing people that I'm not a grifter. So. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Okay. Thankfully, it kicked them. I literally let them say that after I already kicked them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I didn't mean to join this, my bad.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I have a few people to thank real quick. We're going to get the next person up here before we do thank a bunch of people real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as the pinned comment in my YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
1986.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join.
You're good. You're good. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a quick second for people to join up, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to get to 2 million likes. Oh my gosh, we're already at 1.5 million. Jeez, the YouTube needs to catch up to the TikTok. How many likes are we at currently on YouTube? We're currently at 1,500 actually. Yeah, they're actually keeping up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. A few people to say thank you to real quick. Give me a quick second real quick. Jen, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Do some W's for Jen in the comment section. Killian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lily, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. As well as Lily, thank you for the $5. Kyle, thank you for the $5 as well. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Madison, thank you for the $3. Henry, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I would have if I saw that earlier. Jody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Cicely, thank you so much for the $1. David, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section for the $50. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jennifer. Kaylee, thank you for the $20. Sophia, thank you for the $5. Aaron, thank you for the $10. And Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, everyone. Bruno, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Midlife Maddie, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions as always. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let me make sure to catch up here on YouTube real quick. Give me one quick second. Wig, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. That's so base. I think about that sometimes. I'm like, sometimes people listen to my live with multiple people there. I wonder how many people more are actually listening than the amount of number it tells you because the fact that there are multiple people listening for some situations. I always wondered. Omega, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you so much, Omega. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you. MG Lola again with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luna, thank you so much for the 24 euros. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Luna in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Democracy Dies in Darkness, thank you for the $5. Thank you. But yeah, by the way, Luna, it's absolutely crazy. They literally didn't know it was he didn't know it was an independent determination within Norway. for some reason thought it was from Norway themselves, the country, but didn't know it was an independent organization that made the determination on the Nobel Peace Prize. It's hilarious. They're so embarrassing. DK, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. I totally agree. Thank you so much. MP as well, thank you for the $10. That Singer, thank you so much for the $5. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Oscar, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's for Oscar in the comment section right now. Oscar X Ruby, thank you so much. And Ruby X Oscar, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alistair, thank you for the $5. Doc Devil, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I think I'm fully caught up. If I did miss your donation, I really apologize, everyone. Let me get on to the conversations, though. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Mainly due to I really like his immigration and deporting illegal immigrants, and I also stand with his abortion stance. Mainly with immigration, deporting all the illegal immigrants who have come here illegally. I do think that I do agree that legal immigrants who are here legally do have a right to be here, and they do help out to the economy. But illegal immigrants, I believe, they can take away from the opportunities lower minority has from lower income families.
Okay,
as you
so
see,
provide a legal pathway to citizenship, or they don't have to leave the country, because otherwise they have an incentive to stay in the country undocumented and to not identify themselves to authorities. Okay, so provide an actual incentive for them to have a legal pathway to citizenship.
well, it's a legal pathway. Like, we just have to incentivize that you can come to this country, you have to follow the legal loopholes, and you can have a very good life. But there's so many other people in other countries who are waiting years to get in here. But I don't agree that people who have come here legally should just stay here in the United States while other people are waiting in their countries illegally for years. They should be waiting in their home countries until they can have a proper pathway to.
Yeah, but the reality of the matter is that they're already in the country undocumented, and if they're already in the country undocumented, they have no incentive to identify themselves to authorities unless we give them a pathway to citizenship. So we have to acknowledge a set of conditions that exist. And also, it's not about just completely decriminalizing undocumented entry as a whole. It's about acknowledging that, again, the system has a legal immigration process. That legal immigration process is taking too long on average. Therefore, it makes sense specifically to make this legal process go quicker, which involves providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that have come to our country undocumented and haven't specifically gone through the legal process yet. So that just ensures that more people will go through the legal process in the long run.
Well, yeah, sure. There's so many people that have come here legally because the process has taken too long. But I don't think that gives them the right to just come to the United States undocumented.
Okay, I'm not saying, we're not even saying that. We're just saying that this is a better legal process. They're already in the country, dude. Okay? I don't see what benefit we get out of deporting them. I think that actually makes it worse off. I think it makes it harder for law enforcement to then focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to the safety and security of our communities, given that that's the case. So I just think that's not a good reason, right, at all, to focus on them who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Well, if you think about it, so we just say that there a lot of illegal immigrants take up the job as landscaping and construction. You would say that's correct?
So those are some of the jobs, but aren't the only jobs.
Like, those are some of the jobs, but however, there is a lot of people in the lower incomes that don't have jobs, but they're looking for jobs, but a lot of jobs are already filled because illegal immigrants are working there. In construction.
So provide a pathway to citizenship, because you said that illegal immigrants aren't harming the set of conditions for jobs.
Illegal immigrants, they are taking
and
up,
by the way, it's not my birthday, chat. It's not my birthday. My birthday's in April.
They are taking up the spaces that the lower minority can have to get citizenship or can get jobs which they need that are already American, that are American born and that are American and they're not immigrants. There's so many people that don't have jobs, but they're looking for jobs, but they're also already taken up by the illegal immigrants working in construction, landscaping, and a couple of different fields.
Then provide them a legal pathway. Make the legal pathway quicker. Because the fact that undocumented immigrants are only accepting lower wages than market wages because of the fact that they are in the country undocumented and they have the threat of mass deportation. If you get rid of the threat of mass deportation, they can accept market wages. So actually the ones creating, right, those conditions are the Trump supporters advocating for mass deportation.
Sure. However, I don't think anyone undocumented should even have a job here. We should focus on the immigrants, or not the immigrants, the citizens here that don't have much money to get jobs first. Instead, we should start over. We need to deport everyone who's here illegally and start from the beginning and deport and allow everyone to start coming in. We can, sure, there's probably a more liberal view of me, but we can make the process go a little bit quicker, allow more green card holders, but we can't let undocumented immigrants continue to stay in this country until they have the documentation and they have the legal
So you're saying they
citizenship.
need to go through the legal process, but then you voted for a convicted criminal that is deporting people without utilizing due process.
How is he not using due process?
They have expanded expedited removal, which violates due process rights to a greater extent than what existed under the Biden-Harris administration and the Obama administration. It went from people who have been within the country for less than 2 weeks, within 100 miles of the border, to anyone within jurisdiction of the country that's been within the country for less than 2 years.
Okay, like, but like I think we need to just start over. People are still they're getting deported, they're getting arrested, they're still getting they're going to get their court cases. So it's not everyone. Sure, there's maybe some people not having the due process of law, but a lot of it is happening where they're going to have
No, wait, people's due process rights are being violated to a significantly greater extent since Trump got in office. That's just a fact. You can sit there and try to deny it for some reason, but I don't understand why you're doing that, given that there's no argument to do so. It's just because you feel like it.
Okay. It's still, but that doesn't take the fact that people have come into this country illegally. Coming into the country is illegal. Undocumented, it is illegal. And if I go to another country and I overstay my visa or I go in illegally, I'm going to get deported.
Okay, just because a different country has a certain set of laws doesn't necessarily mean that we should have the same laws.
But we also have immigration laws that we're enforcing it, but people don't like to acknowledge the immigration laws and think that if you come here illegally, that we should just immediately give you citizenship and not deport you. When I try to go to another country, I'll have to do the same process. And if I go there illegally, I'm going to get deported very quick. I'm not even going to be allowed into the country alone.
Okay. So, again, not a reason why we should necessarily have the same laws just because a different country has certain laws. I also don't see the argument you're providing here because, again, this doesn't help us in any meaningful way. Like, again, what benefit do we get from mass deportation?
It will open up the jobs that were fulfilled by the undocumented immigrants for the lower income families.
But couldn't the same thing happen for legal immigration if we provided a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crime or bad crime? Secondly, you're not taking into account the amount of jobs that are lost because of the fact that people are going to have a less productive labor now, given the fact that less jobs are upheld in the economy. So actually, there's plenty of good research to indicate that when you decrease the amount of people in the country through mass deportation, that it actually decreases the level of employment because immigration as a whole increases the level of employment for natural-born U.S. citizens. Because again, many of the different types of jobs that they fulfill make the jobs that we work as Americans who are citizens, right, more productive, which then lead to more jobs existing, right, for American citizens. Also, they increase the demand for labor, increasing the amount of jobs that exist in the country as well. So I feel like a lot of people aren't taking into account the multiple different impacts that exist within the context of a market.
Okay, well, I think we should just leave those jobs open for the legal citizens that come here.
You didn't listen, did you? There's lower levels of employment rates with lower levels of immigration. Okay, higher employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens with higher levels of immigration. The immigration that we saw under the last 20 years, right, led to an increase in the employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens. Did you know that?
Not necessarily, but I think that, well, during COVID especially, like, we lost a lot of jobs that it could take multiple years. Sure, it's been probably about 5 years now, but it still could take much longer to get all the jobs back that were lost because of COVID, because, as you know, a lot of companies closed down. there's going to be a lot of jobs that are going to be taken
Again, immigrants
years
are not
upon
making this
years.
worse off. I don't know where you're
It's,
getting this from.
it's just the facts.
No, it's not. What's your source?
Let me find. I have to find it up really quick. And I also, let's see.
Nothing. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. They should be going after the employers. Yeah.
I feel like although immigrants, higher immigration will contribute to more job growth. We just need to reserve the jobs for legal citizens, not keep it up for illegals.
So decreasing the level of immigration will lead to lower levels of job growth. Do you agree?
In a sense.
Okay, so you want less job growth. Actually, since Trump's got in office this year under his administration, we saw the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw real median wage growth go lower than what it was for the past 4 years. Or not for 4 years, for the last year of the Biden administration. I haven't looked at the years prior.
Then why don't we just reserve the jobs for the Americans that don't have a job? Like, why don't we give the pass for homeless people to go get those jobs instead of
Name one policy that Trump has to benefit working class Americans that need jobs.
I don't know an exact policy off the top of my head.
Can you name a single policy at all? A general idea? A concept?
The BBB?
The BBB does not help out working class people. It disproportionately helps out the rich. Okay, it doesn't increase the amount of jobs that you get access to. You could have put that same money into employment directly, and it would have increased the amount of jobs. Okay, the amount of growth that we saw from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was 0.04% GDP growth. Okay, that rounds out to around $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth. And for $190 billion of spending per year, it was nowhere near enough to take into account the amount of revenue increase. Now, what you're not taking into account here is that there's now even more tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, and they extended it. And this has not led to an increase in the GDP that would be sufficient in order to be able to pay for it.
Okay, in a sense, I don't think we should always continue to raise the taxes on the rich more and more and more and more and more, because that's just almost punishing the rich and the rich just for being wealthy. If we keep increasing taxes on the rich by this percent each year, this percent each year, it's going to just keep increasing.
So
their
we should
taxes
tax
more
the
they have to
poor
pay.
instead?
Not tax the poor, but we should put a cap on how much we can tax the rich. We already have a rolling tax bracket, so I don't make as much money as you do. However, so you're gonna end up paying more taxes than I do. So we have a rolling tax bracket. So the rich are already paying much more than the poor.
And I should pay more in taxes. If I make more money than you, I should pay proportionally a higher rate because I have the ability to.
It's because we have a rolling tax bracket. You're in a higher tax bracket than I am.
Yeah, and if you want a tax bracket system, then you don't want tariffs because tariffs apply to everyone. And they don't have that tax bracket system that when you make more, you pay more.
Well, the tariffs are meant to be paid by the companies.
They're paid by the American consumers mostly.
That just will probably cause a little bit inflation, which will happen regardless each year.
No, Trump has put more upward pressure on inflation than what existed prior.
Okay, in a sense. However, with like what you're saying with the BBA, it's just increasing the or helping out the rich. They're already paying exponentially more than like me and you. But why do you think we should keep increasing the taxes on the rich more and more each year with different policies?
Because they can afford it, and if we want to be able to pay for things, I would rather tax the rich than tax the poor. And they don't pay exponentially more. They specifically Actually, the top billionaires, they pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class.
What source do you have for that?
Yeah, Washington Post.
However, but instead, we don't need to be increasing the taxes on just the rich. How about we increase the taxes by 0.03% on each bracket instead of just forcing all the
So then why do
increased
you want the
taxes on the
Tax Cuts and
rich?
Jobs Act that decreases the brackets? And also, income tax, right, is if you want to increase the taxes, do it specifically for disproportionately higher levels of income because of the fact that they can afford it to a greater extent. They are not paying as much as what they should be paying. Now, there are certain individuals that make a lot that are paying their fair share. Depending on your state, depending on how you get your income, if you're paying through income tax, you will be paying that. But capital gains is nowhere near the same level of percentage on the income as income tax. So you have to take into account that there are different conditions in which people get taxes, and that we can increase taxes on very rich and wealthy Americans to be able to pay for these types of systems, and we should do that to be able to decrease the debt and the deficit.
However, don't you think it would be a bit unfair for the rich if, like, that do pay their fair share if they keep, if we keep increasing their taxes more and more? Don't you think that would incentivize
So
them
the
to
rich
work
aren't
less?
paying their fair share, but if you're talking about people who are have like a good amount of income, they are paying a lot. I'm not saying to increase their taxes. I'm saying to increase for the rich and wealthy. Like we're talking about the multi-millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, but if we increase their taxes to an extent, don't you think that would incentivize them just to start making less?
If it does, then that would create a greater opportunity for other people to make more.
But then if people realize that, hey, if I make this certain amount of money, I'm going to be taxed exponentially more. I don't want to make
They're
that
not going
much
to
money.
stop
I'd rather
because they're
just
still
make
going to
less.
make more money. Now, they might be disincentivized to a certain extent because of the fact that they're getting less money for each time they make money, but they're rich for a certain reason. They want to be rich. They want to make more money than other people. So they're doing so based upon competition. That competition still exists. Rich people still want to stay rich. They're going to do things to stay rich. So if we tax them, they're still going to be rich.
Even that might be the case, but if I was making $20 million a year and I was getting taxed 8-9 million, or like probably that much. If I make $20 million a year, I might get taxed maybe a million, a couple 100,000. I mean, maybe I might think, hey, I don't like how much I'm being taxed. I'm just gonna start backing off and start making less money so I don't have to pay much taxes.
Okay, well then go ahead and make less money. What's the problem with that? If someone wants to make less money, they can do that, but I doubt they would do that. Because if you had less money than what you had prior, and you want to keep up your same lifestyle and mentality and everything, then you want to increase how much money you're making to be able to do that.
And I feel like if we keep increasing the taxes on the rich and wealthy to a greater extent, it'll just incentivize them to start making less.
Dude,
because
what?
because
Do you make
it's almost
$400,000 plus
punishing
a
them.
year?
Not yet, no.
Not yet. So you're doing this only on the hope that you don't have to pay as much taxes in the future? Like seriously? You're okay with like the country being objectively worse because maybe in the future you'll pay less taxes if you become rich and wealthy?
Well, and incentivize, like, if we keep increasing the taxes on the rich and wealthy, they'll just punish them for making more. If they have to end up paying
Dude,
more and more each
you act
year.
like that's the worst thing in the world ever, that they have to pay a little bit more in taxes. You act like it's so horrible, okay? I would prefer they pay the taxes than poor people pay the taxes. And I would prefer poor people don't starve. I would prefer that poor people don't have a lack of access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability. I would hope that everyone has the basic things they need. And if we have to tax billionaires to do that, I'm okay with it.
There's already a lot of different resources low income have, be able to eat and
not to the
have
degree that they
shelter.
need.
In what sense do you think that?
We need a universal health care plan. We need universal child care access. We need broader access to education, higher education, and trade schools. That'd be very important so that people can develop skills and have social mobility. Those are incredibly important things. We need paternity leave, maternity leave, right, to be extended like it has in other European countries. Those are all basic common sense things we need.
Like, I think, well, if we have universal health care, universal child care, like especially universal health care, that'll just leave they'll leave the average American with less money for the retirement fund when you're pulling Social Security.
Not true.
And they'll increase the taxes pretty much on everyone if we have universal
Yeah,
health
we
care.
will increase taxes, but the amount you'll have an increase in taxes is going to be less than that you pay into the system right now through healthcare. Everyone needs it. You already pay it privately. We're just taking all the money that you're putting into it privately, putting it into a public system. It will cost less. Countries around the world have half as much per individual healthcare expenditure comparative to us. Nearly half as much, and they have better average health outcomes. So we can do it significantly more effectively. We just choose to put profit over people.
Don't you think if we have universal health care where it'll basically all be in a big pool, that a lot of people who have drug addictions will be going into ERs faking different injuries just to get certain medications prescribed to them so they can fuel their addiction to like painkillers and different opioids?
So they're going to fake different things to be able to get DRUGS. Is your argument?
Universal health care in
So by the
different
way,
European countries,
other
once everything will be
countries
covered.
have these things, and they don't do that to a greater extent in those countries. Can you give me a single source indicating that that's more likely to happen in any of the countries that have a public option?
Not other options, but I would say it would happen that people would want to try and go get like prescribed painkillers so they can fuel drug addictions, because in the United States
Can you
there's
give me
so
a
many
single source?
I don't have one right now. No.
Do you want to go look it up?
I'll find one. 1 second.
Okay. Benjamin, thank you so much again for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Benjamin. Tammy, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I still haven't looked at them. I apologize. Eli, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous. Madeline. Oh, I just saw that now. Thank you so much. I'll read them myself. Thank you very much. Benjamin, thank you for the $10 twice. Thank you so much. Paige, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you. Linal, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and Benjamin, I totally agree. Like that is literally something that's existed historically that's led to bad economic conditions. I totally agree. Alrighty, let me say thank you to some people on YouTube as well. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,500 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to get to 2 million likes. I'd appreciate it. Linal again with the $5. Thank you so much. Democracy Dies in Darkness. Thank you so much for the $5. MG Lola again with the $10. Thank you so much. Tori, thank you for the $10. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Omega, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Alex, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And then Wig, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Michael, thank you for the 10 as well. All right, I think I'm fully caught up there. Let me see how many likes we have on YouTube. Make sure to keep hitting that like button. Let's try to get to 2,500 likes. I'd really appreciate it. We're about to 2,000 right now, everyone. For the nearly 4,000 people in the stream, make sure to do so. In the meantime, while they're looking that information up, we're going to get another person up here to help them out. Do give us a quick second. Let's get up another person to help them out. Jane, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote Trump.
Okay, for sure. XM, by the way, thank you so much for the $2. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And again, Jane, thank you for the $10. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Probably because of his border policies and whatnot.
Okay, what border policy?
Was opening the borders.
Okay, when did the Democrats open the borders?
They've been open.
Okay. There were less border crossings at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, on average, on a daily average, comparative to the end of the Trump's first administration. Therefore, if there was an open border at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, then there necessarily was an open border at the end of Trump's first administration, meaning that Trump handed over an open border to Biden.
Well, let me ask you something.
What?
What do you think about the neo-Andrean community?
The what?
Neo-libertarian philangelist community. You heard me.
Okay. You're just a troll. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Oh my gosh, my nose, bro. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
You gotta get up.
Okay, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, can I tongue punch your fart box, Parker?
How old are you?
No. If you say no, I'm 24.
And do you support Trump?
Absolutely. Can I tongue punch your fart box?
Are you on... What?
I'm just asking if I could tongue punch your fart box.
What the fuck, dude? What is wrong with people? Let's
Okay.
go to the next individual. Let's get this person up here. Do give it a quick second while the guest finds that information. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Are you gonna have a beer with me in Vegas, Parker?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Christina, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, just letting everyone know, yesterday I did a Q&A on Snapchat, and I answered a bunch of people's messages from Snapchat on Parker Get a Job on Snapchat. So if you ever want to be a part of the behind-the-scenes, just random stuff that I decide to do or something like that I do in the future, make sure to do that. I responded to a hell of a lot of messages. I couldn't respond to all of them, of course, but I responded to a lot of them, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the hat mustache. Alrighty, let's go into the next individual. Someone just said in the comment section, you responded to mine. Based. Look right there. Literally, I responded to a bunch of different people. Kim as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Jeremy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I have no clue, to be honest with you. Christina, by the way, thank you for the galaxy. Twice, thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Christina, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. How old are you? Okay, they left. Let's go on to the next person. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Lady Alice, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Okay, we're trying to get this next person up here. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Big Foe, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
January.
I don't know. For some reason, I don't believe them. But W's in the comment section for Big Foe. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. As well as It's the Curls. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I love you too. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What state do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis is not a state.
Yeah, I meant like that's my region.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, let's get some beers, bro. On me, on me. Let's get some.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, chat. I don't know why my cable keeps doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, Parker, bro.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. No, this is Parker. Dude, that's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Do you sport Donald Trump?
Nah.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. I don't know why it's trying to take so much time to find someone here real quick. I do apologize, everyone. I do apologize. It's a bit brutal to get people up here right now. Did it take this long for Dean as well, everyone? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Do give it a second for people to get up here. We'll get it going. Again, in the meantime, if you want answer any questions, maybe later if I have time, I'll try to do so. I'll keep you all updated. I don't know if I will. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? But I did do so like a bunch today, so. And it can literally be quite literally everything. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, man.
Okay, and if you could go back and tell me you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
DJT.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Okay, I just want to make one thing clear about the gas prices. I know that you say that, like, oh, the gas prices aren't low because of the administration, but I just don't believe that to be true, because it's not.
Okay, what did the Trump administration do to lower the gas prices?
Okay, so if I give you like a source, like, would you like look at it? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, what's the source?
Khabib the Eagle Nurmagomedov.
Okay. Same troll. Did you find your source, man?
I found some, so I found one that I could use. So like opioids or something for medical conditions, right? So every for every 1 million Americans, 50,000 of them do opioids. However, they
Oh,
are
wait, I don't know if
highly,
you can
highly
say that on the
addictive.
stream. I should go on to the next person. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I don't even think you should say that on the stream. That's TikTok TOS, I think. Oh, no, dude. Oh, gosh. It's going to take a second to find people. We'll see. It's going to take a minute, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ew.
Let's go to the next individual. Thank you so much for the hand heart, by the way. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Got another hour and 50 minutes or so left on the stream, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Via, thank you so much for the corgi. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed in the TikTok screen. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. I hope so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't know.
Okay. Kieran, by the way, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. That is crazy. Let me check. Is that a new thing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I've been trying to show you my tattoo for a minute, but then I lost contact with you because I went to Palestine. I was texting you on PayPal.
Oh, I remember you. I'd recommend to do so on Snapchat. That's the best way to do so, probably. Just reply to my Snapchat. Because there's like no way to send like a picture. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I did have a really important
Alrighty.
question.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Bro, not people putting in the comment section Parker cheating. Are you serious, bro? What?
So sorry.
That is a crazy thing to say, bro. That's a crazy because someone's gonna send me a Snapchat photo of their tattoo. Wow, crazy. I'm gonna show my girlfriend too, by the way. Dude, crazy thing to say in the comment section. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
How do I cancel this? Sorry, no. How do I cancel this? I didn't mean to.
I got you. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Ham, thank you for the money gun. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen.
Yo, it's me again,
Yo,
bro.
what's
I
up? How
love
old are
you
you?
so much. You can pick me.
Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen.
Daddy, 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 daddy. Super.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
Dude.
Bro, not people spamming cheating on Dean in the comment section. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Christina, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Jimmy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Kieran as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I'll definitely have to make sure to look. Oh, I see what you mean. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I dig.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the meerkat. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Are you there? You were spamming in my comment section that I am a grifter? Hello? Alrighty. Well, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Jimmy, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm actually ready to debate. To stop kicking me.
I think that they were trolling. Let's go to the next person. I'm really trying to get someone, everyone. I'm just getting trolls right now. I do apologize. Roro, thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen.
Hey, Parker, pull
Yo,
up
what's up?
to
How
Vegas. Give me.
Bro, he keeps getting on the live because I have no debates right now, bro. What's going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2008, January 12th.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? Okay. Seems like they're not actually a Trump supporter. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, of course.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Basically because, can I just state the obvious? Like, the Republicans obviously don't like, the LGBT type and whatnot, but I can pretty much say that, like, I think a lot of that is propaganda that comes from the Democratic side, that a lot of Republicans are homophobic or they're pushing something that they're not supposed to, like hateful wise, speech wise. But that's really not the case. And I mean, like, I really stand big on that. And that's why, if anything, like the free speech thing is even a big factor that plays into this whole agenda now.
So how do you feel about the Trump administration saying they wanted to get rid of people's green cards because of pro-Palestinian speech?
Repeat that, you broke up.
How do you feel about the Trump administration saying they wanted to get rid of people's green cards for pro-Palestinian speech?
Well, why are we involved with another country in the first place?
Would you like to answer the question?
Repeat it again.
The Trump administration was advocating for and supported removing people's green cards and legal protected status, permanent status, in order to be able to, what's it called? Just because of their pro-Palestinian speech.
Okay, and what does that have to do with anything?
You said you were pro-free speech.
Okay, yeah, but like, you're talking about something that could, like, that's like regarding a whole bigger issue. Like, that's not free. When we're talking about free speech, I'm talking about, like, like, example, like someone
That
saying
is
like
directly free speech.
the R word, someone saying the R word, and like Democratic liberals like thinking that that's such a big deal. Like, it's really not. Stuff
That's
like that.
not
Like,
a
I mean,
limitation on
if
free
we're talking
speech
about
for me to
geographic, if we're
disagree
talking
with
about
you using a
geographic,
word. For me to disagree with you using a
you're
word
talking about
is
geographic
my
stuff
free
that's
speech.
happening. Like, that's like, it's entirely different. Like, geographical things does not equal to free speech at all. Like, that's completely different.
Geographical? No, they're
Yeah, because you're
removing.
talking about Palestinians.
Yeah,
Like,
listen, they're removing the they're removing the legal status for people that were advocating for Palestinians. That's limiting speech.
how is that limiting speech? Because
I just told you.
like I
Like,
said,
for example, they literally detained Mahmoud Khalil for over 100 days without due process just because he said free Palestine.
okay, and like if you're tweeting that shit in the first place, you're a fucking idiot.
What? You're trolling. Get off my live.
No, I'm saying, like, if you're even doing that, like,
You
on
think
either side,
you think people are an
whether you're
idiot for
supporting,
saying free
can I
Palestine?
finish my point, Parker? Like, what the fuck? I'm saying if you're saying even the same thing for the Israel, it's like stupid to get involved with that as an American. That's pretty
What?
stupid.
You know that the U.S. is funding Israel committing war crimes in Gaza, right?
Does that mean that I support it?
Wait, you should be against it, but that means that you should be against the U.S. funding that. Okay, so saying free Palestine is a thing you should say. You should agree with that. And I feel like you being against that means you're trolling, especially amongst
What are
our
you talking?
generation.
I'm literally trying to tell you that if you're sitting here talking about Palestine or Israel and you're using even that as an example as free speech, I mean, dude, those are two different countries. Like, why the fuck are we even talking about that? Why are we even talking?
Either they're trolling or so stupid that I can't have a conversation with them. So just go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I just have a problem with certain things. Like,
Do you support Trump?
I see that. Yeah, I support the one that's gonna hurt me least. Now, the Republican Party or the Democrat Party isn't gonna make you whole. I'm supporting whoever is gonna hurt us least. That's what my grandmother
Which would be the
and my mother
Democrats, right?
taught us. Yeah, yes. But like I say.
Okay, well, I agree with you. Totally agree. Thank you very much. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. For people who do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. I hope you step on some Legos with your bare feet. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
10/31/06.
Okay. And if you could go back, and you said you were how old again?
I'm 19.
Okay.
2006.
Yeah.
is my
Okay. So
birthday,
then, and you do support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
For starters, I'll just start on his immigration policy, and what he's doing with ICE to just start there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I've been waiting in the queue for a while. That guy Sophia was like taking forever, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm like tired. I apologize though. But yeah, for starters, I believe that you know, compared to what Kamala offered in her policies when it came to deportation of illegal immigrants, I sided with Trump when it came to his policy in deporting them.
Okay. So, how is mass deportation beneficial to our society at all?
So, well, I think what wasn't beneficial to our country was mass illegal immigration. I think that the reason that we have to do mass deportation is because we originally had a weak leader and we allowed for a lot of illegal immigrants to enter the country in the first place. You know, under Trump, I believe it was, well, under Biden, sorry, it was what, 4 times higher than when it was under Trump in 2016.
If you're
The
talking about the
amount of
level of
illegal immigrants
immigration,
coming.
at the
Yeah,
end
yeah.
at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, there was a lower daily crossing average than the end of Trump's first administration.
Where did you find that statistic?
I can give you to it from the Politico article that literally reports on the DHS statistics.
Okay.
What was your 4 times source from?
I'm
Or
pulling
was
it
that
up
just
right
like an
now.
estimation?
I have notes here, and I have my whatchamacallit. I was taking notes while you were debating and trying to get sources collected because a lot of the people are coming up with no sources.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do to come up with sources. Yeah.
Sorry, just I'm scrolling through it now.
You're good.
Yeah. The Pew Research Center and The Guardian are my sources, and 14 million people unauthorized as of 2023 under Biden.
Yeah, that's the total population. So a portion of those came under Trump, came under Bush, came under Clinton.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, sorry. Yeah, under Joe Biden between 2021 and 2024, border control encountered at least 7.2 million immigrants, and under Trump, the border encountered, and I know these are encounters, they're not crossings, but 1.8 million times under Trump. So that's roughly about 4 times higher under Trump or under Biden than Trump.
Yeah, so by the way, that does not mean that those people came to the country. It also doesn't mean that that's going to be because of the Biden-Harris administration, because there's economic insecurity related to the pandemic due to due to global inflation. So that global inflation essentially led to those conditions.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the global inflation led to less economic security around the world. So they fled to the United States to a greater extent because of less economic security around the world. That's why Kamala Harris was tasked with raising private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon those conditions.
Mm-hmm. And you don't think that we should increase our border controls so that people aren't coming in regardless? You don't think that, like, maybe upholding our law, coming in the country legally should be a pretty
Well, if you want to uphold the law, then you wouldn't support the Trump administration, not only because Trump's a convicted criminal, but also because he's violating people's due process rights when deporting them to a greater extent. Plus, he's violating the law and not releasing all of the Epstein files. So, I mean, his administration is filled with corruption and criminal acts.
Like, why didn't any administration before release the files?
They weren't legally obligated, and it was sealed.
Mm-hmm.
The Trump administration is legally obligated to release them because of the legislative branch passing legislation. to force them to do so, and they're still not doing it.
Okay. I'm so tired. I really wanted to debate much earlier than this. I'm sorry, I have to drive somewhere tomorrow.
I'm sorry?
I'm probably gonna hop back on tomorrow with more points.
Yep, you are welcome to come back tomorrow.
All right,
Appreciate you
thank
coming up.
Parker. Have a good night.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Poopy butthole.
That was literally a zygote. That was literally a zygote. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? He'll be 27 in 20 years. For real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I think I do generally. Not with everything, but generally I'd say so.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, I'd say.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, he seems like masculine in like culture war stuff. Like, I don't know. Like the left seems like it hates like men basically, like on the internet. Like a man can never do anything like right. And like I don't know. Basically that.
If the left hates men so much, why are Dean and I the largest debaters on TikTok?
Because women maybe like you or something. I don't know.
So
like, because most
the women
liberals are
on the
women.
left don't hate men?
The women on the left. Oh, like liberal men. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so they don't hate men. They hate
women are
MAGA
mostly
men?
liberal.
So wait, so you're saying
Yes.
So you're saying they hate MAGA men, not men as a whole?
Not all women hate MAGA men. Some women, they do the traditional route, and I don't know. Maybe they grew up in the southern states of America.
But okay, so but you
usually.
said the left hates MAGA men. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, generally that's what the vibe I get from like.
But so not men
every
as a whole,
leftist.
just MAGA men.
On the right, the left. I don't know. I think they hate like most men. Like I don't know.
Most men, so
The
they
left.
even
The
liberal
left.
men.
Like,
So
there's
even Dean and I,
even men on the left, like
even me,
there's so much negativity. Like
they hate me. They hate Dean, even though we have the largest platforms out of any other debater on TikTok.
because if there was some stuff with Harry Sisson, you probably know him, don't you?
Mhm.
Did you used to know him, Harry Sisson?
Yeah.
I believe he was in like your crowd. I believe you're all friends. And there was like some nonsense scandal with him, and like
It wasn't
like,
nonsense. You just didn't learn what it was truly about. And this isn't evidence of
what
the
was it
left
about?
hating men.
I'm sorry. Well, because y'all were apologizing and like for like I don't know. I feel like you have to apologize for like being a man on the left or whatever. Like
Okay. He wasn't apologizing for being a man. He was apologizing for engaging in bad behavior. Okay.
well, what was the bad behavior that he was
Yeah.
doing?
Telling women, right, that you are exclusive on the sole condition that they'll send you nudes, given that they wouldn't send you nudes if you weren't exclusive. Okay. He said that he was exclusive when he wasn't actually exclusive with them. Okay. In order to continue to get nudes from them. That's bad behavior. That's terrible behavior. You shouldn't do that as a person in a position of power, in a position of influence. Okay. It's not because he was talking to multiple people. There's nothing wrong with that. It's about them knowing, right?
Yeah, that would be a
and
scummy
again,
thing to do.
that's what
agree.
he had to
That
do
would be scummy.
apologize for. So do you understand that's a relevant
That
thing
would have
to
been a scummy
apologize
thing.
for? That's not hating men. That's particularly the behaviors he engaged in.
Okay, then. If that's the case, then yeah.
And by the way, that
You're
would be bad behavior for anyone, whether or not
For
they're a
women, too, that
man
would
or a
be
woman.
for-
Any person in a position like that, that's bad behavior to engage in.
Okay, I remembered it differently. Maybe I was brainwashed. Maybe.
Yeah,
on
you
that
see what I mean? Because
particular-
because most people didn't talk about that. Everyone was like, "Bro, everyone's mad that he has like a roster." Like no one was mad about that.
That's what I thought it was.
No, you see what I mean? No one was
I
mad about
listening to
that.
people say that. Okay, I was listening to the straw man argument way back when.
Yeah,
Okay.
you see what I mean?
All right. Okay. Yeah. I take that back. I'm not specific. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so do you at least get my point? It's not like the left hates men. This is an absurd talking point. Okay. Again, the largest left-wing content creators are men.
Well, yeah, I think men maybe are more outspoken than politics. I don't know.
Okay, so
that might
then,
be true, but I feel like the majority of men in the world would more so align with the right ideals than the left ideals.
okay,
It's
so
just a lot of
and I don't that who cares? Why do we go based? I care more about what women have to say. Women disproportionately voted Kamala Harris. Majority of women support Kamala Harris. I prefer what a majority of women have to think over what a majority of men have to think. If we're gonna make claims about like what a majority of people think, I care more about what women think.
Oh, because you align with them on the Democratic stuff.
Ideologically, yes, of course.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so like, given that that's true, right? Like, what's your argument?
What are we
here?
arguing about? I forgot. What
I
we're
I don't
arguing
know.
about. Like,
You were saying the Democrats hate men.
I think so. Yeah. Because
Yep.
if like.
Do I hate men?
What are they?
You're
From
right.
what
I
I've
hate
heard
myself. I hate myself.
From
I
what
totally
I've heard
agree.
from conversing with you, I can't tell. Like I haven't
can't
seen
tell?
anything. I haven't seen anything from what you hate men currently.
Mhm.
So no, I wouldn't say you do.
Okay.
Really.
Okay.
I don't know. I just feel like the attitude of a lot of like left-leaning people are like.
You want to know something crazy
like,
though?
Oh, you're so toxic. Or
Here's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not all men, but it's almost always a man. Does that make sense? I
Yeah,
feel like
it's
that
like
was
the
a
whole-
really good statement that someone made that I saw, and I
frustrating,
felt
the
like
whole
that was
bear
something to
thing.
bring up.
They say, "Oh, the
It's
bear
almost
is
always a man, but that doesn't mean it's all men. But it's almost always a man. That's true. Think about violent crime. It's almost always a man. Think about wars. Who almost always has started the war? Men.
That's true, but like, what do you want like us to do about that? Like, I don't know. There's always going to be bad.
You're worried
men
about
and-
someone on the street like coming to attack you. It's probably a man, right?
That's
like
true, but
if
there's
someone's
other,
worried about something
like-
like that happening, like it's probably a man. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so do you understand like kind of what people are saying there? They're not saying that they hate men as a whole or that every man is viewed that way, but that
Yeah, but
commonly
guys who
men
aren't
are
killers-
significantly more likely to engage in these creepy, bad, and disgusting behaviors, and that we as men need to hold other men accountable when they do these things so that we can create a safer society for everyone as a whole.
I agree.
That's
like,
all. That's
killing,
all we're
like,
saying.
murderers,
Yeah.
that sounds perfectly reasonable.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
By the way, everyone,
women
for
will
the
get-
people who think I'm always drinking wine, it's literally just Martinelli's. I'm drinking apple cider.
Okay. You sound very
Sparkling.
reasonable.
Thank you.
On that part, compared to some, maybe it's like. Sometimes I'll see like a clip of a right-wing person, and they'll show like the most crazy out there leftist person saying like the most inflammatory, outrageous stuff, and they'll say, "Oh, these are what the majority of leftists think."
Oh yeah,
And I think they
that's
don't
probably
really-
what you see.
I think-
Now, one thing I would say is that for video content, you're going to see a lot more content like that. Now, think about it this way: most of the content that you see on my platform, and in terms of short form content, there's going to be a lot of crazy people saying crazy things. That's the nature of the algorithm. All right, crazier
get your
things are
attention
more
and
likely to grasp people's attention, right? So, I mean, obviously the things that get the most views are probably the things that people say the craziest things or whatnot. But so that's one thing to take into account from an algorithm perspective, right? And then secondly, to take into account from that is that just because someone claims that a majority of people are this way, obviously doesn't mean you should view a majority of people that way. Think about just like the people you engage with or like the people that are having views. And also maybe that's why the platform is really important, so that you see what the left is actually like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like most of the like normal leftists you'll see like out, just everyday leftists you'll see, they're probably normal people in most, whatever. But yeah. But still, like, the only reason I support Trump is I think like
To clarify before you do,
just
I'm not a
the culture
leftist.
war.
I'm just a liberal. Just letting you know. There's a
liberal.
distinction between leftist and liberal. A leftist is anti-capitalist. I'm a liberal, so I still believe in capitalism with social safety nets and regulations. But yeah, go ahead. You were saying?
That's great. I probably believe in capitalism too, obviously. Like,
It seems like you're covering your mic. What were you saying?
oh no, I agree with capitalism or whatever. Like, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So you want me to say why else I support
Yeah,
Trump?
what was the reason why you support Trump still?
Well, because they'll say Trump is like, he's evil because he said like he grabs women in the private parts area who like, but I think he meant like consensually or whatever. Like,
well, he said he grabs women by the vagina without asking, and take that into consideration with the fact that he has been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. Also, 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. Plus, he's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in the changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. So taking into account all of these things into consideration, I think that makes it very clear that what Donald Trump was saying in this circumstance was that this was like, again, him not asking, him thinking that every woman just wants him, and then him obviously engaging in behaviors that then led to people not liking that, and it leading to people accusing him of engaging in behaviors that he did engage in.
okay, that sounds kind of crazy when you frame it like that. Like,
yeah. I mean, like, this isn't like some typical Republican. I mean, this is morally abhorrent and absurd, and I would hope that anyone should be able to draw the line here. This is why I think that, like, it should be illegal for people held civilly liable of sexual abuse or criminally convicted of such crimes to run for president. I don't even think it should be allowed.
what if they've been like acquitted from it? Like,
oh, if you've been
if it was a
acquitted, obviously
false-
that's different.
if it
I'm
was
talking about
false-
someone who's been
okay.
convicted and it's still upheld, right? Like if you've been convicted and it's still upheld, it hasn't been acquitted, you haven't been acquitted for it, then absolutely you should not be able to run for president of the United States, right? Like I think that that should be a line for everyone. I think we should all agree on that, regardless of political ideology, that rapists should never be allowed to be president. I think that's something that we should be able to establish.
Yeah. Well, when you put it like that, yeah. It's just from what I hear on the right, it's like they claim that it's like lawfare. It's like it's trumped up charges, no pun intended or whatever. They say like
that's
all
just
these
propaganda.
charges are trumped up.
That's just propaganda because like I ask people questions this every single day. Name one piece of evidence in the case they dispute. They practically never know. Okay, so they're just saying that because of this common narrative that Trump creates of, oh, everything's just Russia, Russia, Russia. Well, the thing with Russia, or whatever it was bringing out, I don't know why he says it so many times, is that they investigated him, right? And they came to a determination that he didn't, that they didn't have enough evidence to indicate collusion. Was there evidence of Russian interference in the election? Yes. Was there evidence of collusion on behalf of certain Trump administration officials? Yes. So was there a good reason for the investigation? Absolutely. So I don't understand all this whole thing that he's trying to create of like, oh, everything's just that way and they're all just trying to come after me for just straight up bullshit, when in reality, all of these things have legitimate grounds to it, right? Like you should have reason against that rather than just saying it's fake news, you know?
Yeah, he should have some reason to back it up or whatever, and you know, I don't know. Trump might be kind of unhinged or whatever, but
kind of.
Maybe I support Trump a little bit less than that, but I don't know.
So you kind of brought up that like he seems masculine, and like what I would say is that he emboldens all of the negative characteristics about masculinity and not the positive characteristics about masculinity. So when we say toxic masculinity, we don't mean every single masculine characteristic is toxic.
Epstein.
So yeah, no, what we mean is that there are certain masculine characteristics that have been perpetuated within society to be masculine that you can't be, or that essentially if you don't do, you're not masculine, right? In order to perpetuate bad conditions within men and bad treatment within men. For example, right? The idea that like if you cry in any situation that you're not a man, or that you gotta be a man and not cry, right? Like, and not express your emotions. I think that in of itself is a toxic trait of masculinity, because they're essentially saying you cannot be a man, right, or masculine if you are
Yeah, or
going
you're
to
a
cry
wimp
or
if you
express
cry.
emotion, which is an important thing that every
Honestly,
man
I
should
agree with
do
you.
in addressing
I
their
did not
emotions, because
think
it
I'd be
makes you
agreeing with you.
stronger at dealing with your emotions if you're able to address them rather than act like they don't exist. When you avoid your emotions, inevitably speaking, they're going to
It
boil up
turns
and
into
bottle up.
anger, and then
Yeah.
you get more toxic.
Yeah, there you go.
Honestly, I almost 100% agree with what you're saying. Because
Okay,
when you tell like boys and you bully them for being like you're crying, like showing like sadness, like men are not allowed to express sadness unless they're like, I don't know, they're like Rambo in a movie, and then they like cry for a second, and then they go on like a rampage in a movie, like an action movie. Like, I think that like that's the whole reason why like there's a lot of men like doing violence, is because like they cannot process their sadness or their insecurity or whatever. So they, I don't know, maybe they'll go in a gang and they'll say, okay, I can't express sadness, so I'll express the negative emotion like anger. Like,
yeah, because anger
because
was taught to them that that was acceptable for
it's
men to
socially
express.
acceptable. That's
Yeah. So it's more socially acceptable for them to express their emotions through anger rather than through sadness. And that in of itself creates conditions where they're less likely to address their emotions in a positive and meaningful way, where they don't have emotions that stay around in the long time that are negatively impacting their mental, psychological, and physical health. So obviously, I think that men need to go to a therapy to a greater extent. It doesn't mean that every single man is going to benefit from therapy to the greatest extent ever. It just means that more men will benefit from having
probably
someone that
agree
they
with
can
you.
communicate these problems with, so they can see when they're being too emotional, when they're being not emotional enough. You know, like that's what you do in therapy. I think those things are important. And it doesn't have to just be therapy. It just means you can have close people to you who you trust, who you can communicate with and you can talk to, so that you can deal with your emotions, right? And then don't just bottle it up and only rely upon, right, say for example, your partner, right? Oftentimes men feel like the only person they can rely upon, emotionally speaking,
Yeah, you don't
is
want to
women,
trauma dump.
right? The specific partner that they're with. So they literally just put every single
They
thing on
dump
their
it
partner,
all.
right? And they don't do so with any of their friends or any of the people around them. And it creates bad conditions for the relationship as well. So I think that so again, here, we're saying these are some characteristics that are associated with masculinity that create toxic outcomes, not only for women, but also for men as well, right? So we're not saying men in general or across the board are bad. We're saying these certain traits are bad amongst men, and they might even exist in general amongst men because men were taught this and were told that this was normal, but it shouldn't be that way. And it shouldn't be associated with manhood. And that's kind of what we're saying.
Okay, that sounds completely reasonable. I'd like almost agree with that, like 100%. I don't know. I think on the right there's more. It's more like I see like that, like action heroes, like on the right for some reason, and I just think, I don't know. Maybe you just need more like culturally, like you need more like men like doing like, I don't know, like badass stuff on the left or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, genuinely, you need more men who are on the left who are positive role models that represent that. I mean, we do have some, of course, but like continue to have more of them. And then you also need typical, not just that, you also need typical non-political people within all spaces that do that. I think right now one of our biggest issues, especially with younger men, is like the fact that gaming culture, gym bro culture, all of that is just infiltrated by conservatives. Okay, so
yeah.
I think that there needs to be left-wing figures within that. Am I the person to do that? No, that's not me. But I definitely think other people need to exist to do that. It's got a collective work all together. I can't do it all alone, you know?
Yeah. I think you need more like gamer, a little more edginess on, not edginess, but a little less political correctness on the left. Like, I don't know, on the internet left, like, I don't know.
Maybe within certain ways if it goes too far in certain circumstances, but I generally do think that the idea of having accountability culture is a good thing. I like accountability culture. I don't disagree with that. Now, I think that it can go to a standard of like harassment, bullying, and even like some ridiculous notion of like where people can't even build or construct movements. But I do think that obviously like accountability culture is important and that should exist. But I think the main issue is with being like in these communities and being personable and not letting the right portray us as this evil, crazy
the straw
monster.
man, like,
I think that the right is really good at strawmanning us.
yeah. And I think the left maybe strawmans the right a little bit, or sometimes.
Maybe they do, but that's probably true to a certain extent. But I feel like a lot of the things are true about Trump, especially now. Like maybe it was true historically that some liberals strawman Trump prior to some of these facts came out, and then people associated those strawmans that liberals engaged in, historically speaking, with how like liberals generally view it. So even when they were true, they weren't even willing to believe that that's the case because they've already heard this anyway, and they thought they already disputed that or something. So, I mean, there's a few things to take into account within that respect. But again, in general here, I would say like it seems like you're more leaning towards democratic values than you're leaning towards Republican values, and you're just saying you have like these slight, tiny little disagreements with Democrats.
I'm not really religious at all. It was just culture war stuff. Like I was never like conservative. Like I don't believe in like God or whatever. Like,
hey, dude, the
I believe in
Republicans are using
science.
culture war issues in order to distract you, right, from things that impact the average person to a great extent, like access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. They're using those to control you, right? I mean, what real effect do these social and cultural issues that you're referencing have an impact on society enough to an extent where you're like, oh, I got to vote for a particular president because of that, because of this certain policy?
I think it's most just internet stuff. Like, I don't know.
So yeah, exactly. Like I feel like there's a lot of internet stuff on either side, sure, right? But like what meaningfully affects the country is kind of what we're talking about. Like if you're America first, for example, you care and you want to benefit America to the highest possible degree. That means the average American, the median American, right? The typical person. And I think that Democrats look after them to a greater extent because of access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, basic things that they need, education, whereas Republicans are more focused on like very large businesses and high income earners.
Yeah, I think like if you're already rich, you don't really need to look out after them. Obviously, you need to look after a poorer person opposed to the richer person. Yeah, like, if that's what you're saying. Like.
Yeah, so kind of like my point is that like I think the conversation about Democrats versus Republicans is mainly an idea of priorities and where are these priorities listed. And I think that the priorities of the Democratic Party are preferable to the priorities of the Republican Party. Now, does that mean that 100% always Democratic Party is right or never does anything wrong? No, that does not mean that. Of course not. If a Republican is better, I will be the first to sit there and acknowledge it. Okay? I have no affiliation to party. That's one of my takes that I'm super heavy about. I do not like the whole party politics of just being on a side because of party. I'm ideologically determined. So ideologically speaking, parties typically, align in certain ways. But if there's a Republican that's better, I will support that Republican. Okay? I have no issue with doing that. I have no affiliation to parties. And there are a hell of a lot of Republicans that I like in terms of Republicans that voted for Harris, like typically in the voting base, right? I respect them, right? Now, I think that there needs to be a broader conversation about how Republicans, especially in this country, right, need to support things like access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. And I think that typically they will support those things if you push them in the conversation. But Republicans in Congress seemingly don't support those things at all and don't vote for those things. So that's something that I question a lot. And then I say to the Republicans, why is your base not actually upholding your own values here?
I want to know why. I have no idea what. I don't know why. I don't know what values they have really, except for like, I don't know.
Can you name a Democratic policy you disagree with?
One of the big things that it's sort of culture war-y, but maybe policy is when like you'll have like a leftist like parent and like they'll have like their like 2-year-old toddler, and they'll like say, like, okay, like your boy toddler, he wore the color, he wanted this pink crayon or whatever, and then there have been cases like that where they say, oh, now he wants to be a girl or whatever, so we're gonna like put the kid on puberty blockers or whatever, and like
At 2 years old? No.
all the leftists like support that basically.
Never happened. Never happened. Okay? No 2-year-old is getting puberty blockers. Okay?
No, but they'll be set down on that road, and like, so one of the cases was the one main case I can think is happening is it was sickening to me, and it really kind of like pushed me toward the right. It was
Again,
where there's
so
this.
this is what I mean. The right is good at creating these straw mans that get people really
This was a true story,
mad about liberals. Like, this is a true story. A 2-year-old?
There was this girl named. This was born a boy. It was Jazz Jennings, and the whole reason for them transitioning was when this boy was like 2 or 3. He was a toddler. His mom was like, "Oh, he wanted to wear a dress at 2 years old." So that basically set the mom on the thing saying, "Oh, my son wants to be a girl," like for this whole thing. And then
I need a source.
It's the show called I Am Jazz, this Jazz Jennings show, and the
Is this
trans
on
girl's
TLC?
name- Yes, this is TLC show.
Oh my god, no way. It's your by
And
the way,
basically the
are you
mom was
really
like-
using a TLC show to say that
It's true. It's about a real person. It's a
There's
reality
no way.
show. And, yes, when this little boy girl, the mom was like basically saying, "Oh, you're trans, son," at like when the little kid was a toddler, for like liking something that was feminine or whatever. And like I feel like the mom indoctrinated the son into thinking that he's a girl, or she wanted a girl. I don't know. The mom was crazy.
Okay, where did you see that they transitioned at 2 years old?
They didn't transition at 2, but that set the mom down on the path to thinking to as the boy grew up 10, 11, 12, 13, then they went on puberty blockers. Then they like fully transitioned.
Okay, so
at, like 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
do you think that you could the parent cause the kid to be trans?
Basically, because the mom
Can I ask
knew
you a question?
that the
Do you
mom
think
knew
your
he
parents
was
could have
trans.
caused you to be trans?
Yeah, because if you indoctrinate your son, you can make him believe anything.
No.
You can make a person believe they're in a cult.
I'm sorry.
Why do you think people wind up in cults?
I'm sorry. You're not going to turn a kid trans. Right? Like, I don't know how you do that.
You can say like, "Oh, you were born in the wrong body," and say that for years and years and years. You're going to start to believe that. Just like, hold on. So wait. Just like if
Okay.
I'm born in
so
the South.
can we say this? We disagree with people doing that if that would happen.
Yes, because
Okay.
that would be
So then-
crazy if a mom
so then,
indoctrinated
so
her
then
son
given
into
that that's
So-
true, we disagree with it. What's your big issue?
Because I saw this, you must know him. I don't think you agree with him on everything. This guy Destiny, he's a streamer. He's a popular streamer. You must know. He like watched.
Definitely
this,
don't agree with him on everything.
Yeah, he watched. I think the Matt Walsh documentary, which had some fallacy, he had some wrong stuff in it, but like these people were like regretting that they transitioned, and like their life is ruined. And then Destiny was like lolling. He was like, "Oh, I don't care about these people who, you know, I don't care if they're trans or not, but they regretted their transition." And like if you think about that, that's like their life was like ruined or whatever.
What percent of
And
people
Destiny was, like,
regret
lolling.
transition?
It's probably a very low thing.
It's less
This is
than
probably a very
1%.
low population. But like Destiny was like lolling about it and like stuff like that, and like
Dude, I don't care.
don't know.
I don't care what. I don't know why you're holding me accountable for that.
I'm not
He's
holding
done a
you
bunch of
accountable.
crazy things. I don't know. I don't even know what the relevance would be.
I just blame the left for it. 'cause
You
don't
could
see
have
people
brought up the
on
point with the
right endorsing it.
firefighter. You could have. There's a million other things you could have said there.
What with the Raleigh? What does that have to do? What
Like,
about the firefighter?
There are extreme things Destiny's done. That's not anything that we need to be held accountable for as a Democratic Party.
I wasn't holding you. I was just saying that's why I shifted to the right seeing like
that shouldn't shift
little
you to the right.
kids,
Because think about it
kids
this
being
way:
indoctrinated.
one person having a view on the left that you disagree with is not evidence that ideologically speaking, a left position is like wrong, right?
Well,
And
it
also
showed that he
disagreeing with
endorsed
the way
something.
someone conducts someone's self, or I mean their self, is not evidence that they that you disagree with their ideology. Sorry. Like you could disagree with how a liberal conducts themselves, but that doesn't mean liberalism is false
Yeah,
because you disagree with how they conduct themselves.
but it seems like broadly the left supports like little kids like delaying their whatever the puberty or whatever and stuff like
Puberty
that. That just seems
blockers, if it's determined again through the context of parents, kids, and a doctor, that's obviously if they determine it to be useful, then that should be the case that they get access to it. I mean, like it's the case for trans or not trans children.
I just don't understand how, because I don't think you can become like, I don't know how you can become a woman as a man, like necessarily.
That's not the notion.
I just didn't agree with it.
It's not, you're thinking of it incorrectly. So the idea or notion of someone being trans doesn't mean that they went from being a man to being a woman. That's not the idea. It's that trans women are women and trans men are men. That's the idea.
I don't know if I agree with that really.
Okay, you could. So what's the broader point? That's like, one, I don't think that necessarily has any relevance to policy, and two, I don't think that should push you to the right just because you disagree with that. And even so,
I
like,
just don't want kids.
this is
being
just
messed up or
terminology.
whatever.
Like, what's
I don't want kids.
what's the
being
big
messed
disagree
up.
here?
That was the thing. I
What's
don't
that?
want kids being. I don't want kids being like messed up. Like, imagine like that happened to like, like.
You don't want kids being quote unquote messed up, so you should care more about red pill ideology affecting children and Andrew Tate. Okay? You should care more about fucking clavicular and his effect on children than you should care about this. That makes no sense. One, there's a very small portion of regret, like less than 1%. Less than 1% of kids are trans. Okay? So
It's just something that's
if you
like a man's
categorize that,
biggest
it's
fear.
incredibly unlikely to occur, right, in this first place. And secondly, in the circumstances in which it does occur, again, doctors and parents are involved. Okay, so there are situations where, again, there are regret rates for knee surgery. Okay, a hell of a lot more likely. Okay, yet we still think they should be able to get access to knee surgery. Hell, when I was 16, I was able to take Accutane through my parents and my doctor. Okay, there are people who regret taking Accutane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's
Okay, does that mean that I shouldn't have been able to take Accutane?
That's your most precious part as a man is your private parts. That's just acne. Like that's like it's something that's like a way bigger deal. Like altering your
So, but like I did that because of the fact that it would help me psychologically speaking. So why isn't it okay for trans
glad
people to
it
do
helped
so?
you.
Because it helps them psychologically.
If it helps them, I'm okay with it. If it helps them,
Yeah, that's that. And who determines that it's going to be helpful to them is the doctor, right?
or them as their self, really.
Well, I don't think the kids alone are determining that. I obviously think a doctor needs to be involved.
Yes, but I think it's ultimately the patient's like decision also. Like, I don't think kids should be forced into that or I just don't want kids being indoctrinated.
Obviously, we don't want kids indoctrinated or forced into anything. I think that there's no indoctrination we're trying to do. No one's trying to make kids trans. And if they were, we would disagree with that. We disagree with that. But you want to know what's crazy? What's actually being forced onto children is that they're not trans when they are. That's what's being forced onto children. Okay? So I think that the idea that there's a greater notion of forcing being trans onto children is ridiculous. There's actually a greater notion of forcing children to not be trans when they are trans. That's significantly more likely to occur. Hell, practically every single trans person you talk to probably has a story of people doing that. Okay?
What, denying them their whatever?
Yeah, and saying that they
identity?
shouldn't be trans, right? Like, you understand that, like, there are a hell of a lot more people trying to force the idea into children and to people in general that, again, you shouldn't be trans than you should be trans. And hell, I don't know anyone who is saying you should be trans. Like, I don't know if you could mention a single person.
Are saying you should be.
What's up?
I thought leftists say like you should be trans, like, or maybe that's the straw man from the right, maybe that I'm thinking of, like people like saying like the pundits on the right saying that that's what leftists think, that they're making people trans or whatever. Or maybe they're not.
No one's advocating for this. You see what I mean? How conservatives constantly use all these straw mans against liberals in order to distract the common person away from the evil economic policy they support of cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill. Okay, that has a significantly greater effect on children and their health than anything you could ever mention as it relates to this.
Well, I think the United States can afford food. On that other note.
Yeah, and Trump is
Moving
the one
away
who's
from
cutting this through the big beautiful bill.
Well, America has a very high obesity, thing, and I think I don't think there's people starving from whatever bill. Maybe he can allocate the resources. What's he allocating the resources to? That he cut.
So yes, children will be starving. 420,000 children will be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. There are many children that rely on this. Okay, if they're cut off this, they will be starving. How else are they going to get the food? This is what they relied on to get food. So children will go hungry. Right, and like, by the way, you think the best way to address obesity is by limiting children from having access to food at school? What?
Well, less food, less calories. If they are obese,
I think that's an absurd way of addressing that. Okay, you understand that if there's very good data to indicate that children are less healthy without access to food stamps.
Yeah, they should
and
still
free school lunch and breakfast.
There still is food stamps.
Yeah, I think every child should eat. The idea that there's this obesity epidemic amongst children to an extent where we shouldn't be providing them food at school is a sick thing to say.
We're still going to do that, though. We're still going to provide them the food.
Nope. They have literally cut it. 420,000 children on average every single month.
Or what? Have been cut?
Yeah.
I think they're still about to eat. They can still eat. Their parents can still, they're going to school. So they...
Yeah, I knew kids that relied upon, free school lunch and breakfast to be able to eat. Okay, did you ever know children like that?
I didn't talk to them about where their lunch came from, but I'm pretty sure there were kids who had free lunch or reduced cost lunch. Yeah.
Okay, and they rely on it, and they would eat less if they didn't have access to this, right?
They would eat less, but I'm pretty sure they had food at home. Food is extremely abundant in America, I think.
Okay, well, the reality of the matter is that not everyone is privileged enough to be able to just have food whenever in the United States even. So this whole idea here that you're referencing that they're just going to have food regardless is kind of undermining the reality of the matter that as to why we created this in the first place. Do you think we just created this for the fuck of it?
No, you created it for government, to feed kids. But maybe the demand for the school lunches has gone down, or they're able to, I don't know. Where are they allocating the funds for it then? What was the intent of cutting it? What was their intent for cutting it?
They want to use that money to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. Disproportionately.
That sounds like a crazy evil thing to do. The way you're framing that as, I don't know if that's true. Because you're saying they're taking money from the poor. You're taking the lunches from the poor. Kids
okay. Sorry, I apologize. You said it was a crazy evil way. Yeah, that's true. That's literally what they're doing. It's the fact. That
sounds so.
It is crazy evil.
But I'll take it from you. Since you're the ship captain.
You're thinking I'm framing it in a biased way. Maybe I'm not. That's disproportionately what they did to the big beautiful bill. Most of the money goes to rich people in terms of tax cuts.
I haven't read the bill, so I will. Okay, I'll concede that to you.
Okay.
Just because I haven't read it, but I'll take your word for it.
Sure. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I guess I go on to the next person here?
No, but you seem very reasonable, and this was very polite. I didn't expect it to be such a polite debate. I thought you were just gonna get trying to own me and whatever and debate bro me. a Destiny person. But so thank you. This was a very pleasant thing. And you sort of
Here's one thing for me is
you
I
seem
think
like
it's
a
just
normal
dependent
person,
on the person.
and
I
not
am.
this crazy blue-haired liberal crazy person. You seem like a
Okay.
normal person.
I am. And
From-
one thing I would say is
from
that it's just
listening-
dependent on the person for me. For like, there are some people where I'm going to be like that with, and that's based upon the way they act. But I mean, if you conduct
Right.
yourself in a manner in which you're looking for productive dialogue, then obviously you're going to get that from me.
If you're debating a Ben Shapiro, then you're going to be more debate bro, because that's what he's going to do to you or whatever. Like
When I
but if
debated
was
Ben, I feel like
listening-
I was very nice to him. Even
Maybe-
if
I
anything,
didn't-
I was
I didn't
too
see
nice
that.
to him.
Well, a crazy no-name debate right person who's crazy and racist, maybe you'd definitely be like
Yeah, like
Oh,
someone
rightfully
who's
so.
defending
Rightfully
horrible
so.
things, I'm gonna respond in
rightfully
a
so.
more aggressive way.
And maybe you think I'm defending a bad person, Trump. Maybe you thought that kind of, but I don't know. I'm doing it in a better.
Yeah,
you sort of swayed
you
my-
seem
you
open to
swayed me.
different perspectives.
Of course, I'm open. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, I
Thank
appreciate
man.
you coming up.
I appreciate you. You're not. Oh, one more thing. You're not like if I were to listen, I swear I've listened to like a right-leaning person like talk about you or something, and they made you out to be like crazy, like a crazy person. Okay.
You,
Thank
you
you.
see what I mean? I don't know why people do
Thank
that.
you, man.
It makes no sense why people do
It's
that.
it's to score brownie points. The way some leftists, they want to score brownie points, and they want to whatever, keep people stubbed to their stupid and follower, whatever. I get it.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, I do wonder why people on the right try to portray me as absurd and insane. Like, I really wonder why. Like, I feel like I've got pretty chill beliefs, man. Alexander, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. You have W's for Alexander. Thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. Thank you. Of course, I always will. I will always will. Dana, thank you so much for the push the $5. Thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. Devin, Jamie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Jimmy, thank you for the 10. I have some people to thank on YouTube, by the way, but we'll get to them in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And how old are you?
19.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, and then we can go on to the conversation. Marlia, thank you so much for the push the $1. I think this is a good.
Marlia. I was gonna thank.
I think this is a great quote. They said, "Not all men,
Wait, I'm
but
gonna
enough."
thank them too. Don't beat me, bro.
Okay, just give me a quick second. Let me please thank my donors.
All right.
Marlia, thank
All
you
right,
so
my
much for
bad.
pushing the $1 for not all men, but enough to make women uncomfortable constantly. That's a great quote. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
That's actually a good quote.
Kieran, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for
Thank you,
Kieran in the
Kieran.
comment section.
Can we get W Kyrians?
I see how this conversation's going to go, chat. MG Lola, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much.
MG.
Get some W's for MG Lola in the comment section right now. Good boy. Thank you so much.
Nah, give
Thank you so
W's
much. I
for
really appreciate
MG.
MG Lola. Thank you so much. Give me some
Love you,
W's for them in the
MG
comment
Lola.
section right now. I totally agree. Thank you so much. Fonzie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Fonzies, thank
Humber, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Overkill, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Coffee
appreciate
Lover,
that.
thank you so much. I really
Coffee
appreciate the
Lover, love
$5.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's funny. I know, right? Cody, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so
Someone
much. I
told me
appreciate it.
to
Thank
be
you.
quiet.
Roy with the $5. Chloe, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. They said just learned in nursing about how HHS ended an educational campaign to reduce SIDS. Genuinely, we've never had an admin harm children more. Couldn't link the
That's
article, but it's
actually
from the
crazy.
WAPO. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
We do
Give me some W's
appreciate
for
that.
them in
Me
the
and
comment
Parker
section.
appreciate
Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Thank you,
I totally
Darsel.
agree. Thank you so much, Darsel. Lanny, thank you so much for the
Darsel.
$2. Thank you. Roy, thank you for the
Landon.
$5. Thank you so much.
Roy,
I
thank
think Dean already did already. Godzilla, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yanina, thank you so much for the
Godzilla,
$2.
love that.
Marianne, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Brand, thank you for the $2.
Thank you,
MG
Marianne.
Lolo with the $5. Luke, thank you for the $5 as well. Sam, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jocelyn, thank you for the
Sam.
$5. And MG Lola, thank you so much. I really
Jocelyn.
appreciate the $10.
Me
It's
and
the
Parker
Curls. Thank you for the
appreciate you
$50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Who's some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. It's the Curls. I appreciate the $50. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Love you too very much. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, as well as Lane, thank you so much. Or LEB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. for food insecurity in kids is so common. I only ever ate in school. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally agree. It's very important. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump? Bryce, you there?
Yeah.
Why do you support Trump?
You already convinced me not to.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Sue, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Totally get you, Sue. Thank you very much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Or actually, how many are we at right now? Are we on the way to 3,000, actually? We might be. Let me check. Let me check. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 63.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he has the balls and the fortitude to take care of what we need to take care of in this country. But that's not what I called about. I called about you had a guest stuff and they were talking about transgenders and things like that. And we've had that kind of stuff in our family.
Can I actually talk to you specifically about what you just said real quick, and we can go to that in a second?
Sure.
So you said the balls to take care of the country. How so?
To take care of our immigration problem, to take care of some of the security issues that we have in this country, to
Such as?
be able to take the government and tell people that we're going to do the things that matter in this country, and it certainly isn't being part of you know, the LBGQ and stuff like that. That has nothing to do with the United States government. That's to be taken care of on a local level. If certain cities and things like that, if they want to accept that kind of behavior, so be it. But I don't think the U.S. government should have anything to do with that whatsoever.
Okay. So a few
They
things
shouldn't
are
be making decisions. They shouldn't be making decisions on a percentage of the people that, you know, because they try to have loud voices to get the government to give them special privileges or anything like that. That has nothing to do with the government.
I don't know what special privileges.
You want to take it to a local level. You know, equal rights for transgenders.
Trans people.
You know, and that's fine. If you want to be that way, be that way. You know, I'm a Christian man. I'm not going to hate you because you're doing it. Do it. If that's what makes you feel better, then do it. I don't care.
Can I address some of the things you said real quick?
But to let your government make the decision for you, or that we need to give you special privileges,
What special privilege?
Any kind of grants, any kind of money that supports that should not be supported by the U.S. government. Period.
What grants or money existed under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, to be honest with you, I can't tell you if there was. I know that they.
I don't think there was.
You know, well, you know, to take money and allocate it to, you know, children and try to give them the, you know, the medications and stuff to you know, to turn a boy into a girl and a girl into a guy.
So the medication. So you're saying people getting access to, so that's determined by a doctor. Why do you want to limit families from being able to get access to medication through their doctors?
It's determined by a doctor that believes in that. And we all know how crooked the medical profession is. They don't care. They'll give you that medication. They'll do it for you. They don't care.
There's
So
evidence
why
to
should
indicate
the
that it's
government be
effective, and it's
involved?
determined by the doctor to indicate that it's effective. You're saying the government should be involved in
Effective for
restricting.
what?
Wait,
Effective for what?
You said the government should be involved in restricting access to do this. So you said that you don't want the government to be involved, and then you're also advocating for the government to be involved. Which one would you
No,
actually
I'm not
like?
advocating for the government to be involved at all.
Okay.
I never said that.
Okay, so if you agree that the government should be involved, then this isn't even relevant to bring up on the live because it's not relevant to any of the policies you support. But in terms of the general perspective from why you support Trump, you said it was because you had the ability to address security problems. I have a question. Do you think Greenland, the U.S. owning Greenland, is a necessary security thing?
I think it's a strategical move that needs to happen to keep other countries out of there. Do I think we need to rush in and take them over? No, I don't. I have mixed feelings on that, but I don't think we should allow another government, especially Russia or China, to walk in there and set up their bases and stuff and that is that close to the United States. I don't believe that we should allow that to happen. You
They
know,
can't do that
it's a chess
already.
game.
They can't do that already
What
because
is
they're a
there,
part of NATO.
okay, and you could
China or
say
Russia
that
just can't go and set up a base there. They're a part of NATO. The U.S. could
well,
send more troops
they
there if they
can.
wanted to. The U.S. is choosing not to.
They can do it, and they can do it just. I hear all this stuff. That Trump wants to do it by force and stuff. I doubt that's going to happen.
I mean, he
But
asked his
they can do
military
the
to draw
same
up plans
thing.
to invade Greenland.
I think he should. I think he should draw up plans in case that is what needs to happen
He
if
doesn't.
we see other countries trying to do the same thing.
That's obviously not happening. So again, there's NATO. They're already a part of NATO. So if they're already a part of NATO, we already have a base there. We can send more troops there, and we can defend them to a greater extent. There's nothing limiting us from securing the region or at
I
all,
agree.
right? They've
I
literally
agree
said
with you on
themselves
that,
that they
and
want to work with us in doing that. So we get no
Yeah.
strategic position, right, to a greater extent by specifically literally trying to invade them or annex them, right? It makes no sense. We already have those
I can
capacities.
jump on board with that. I can jump on board with that. Just send more troops over there. Just make a,
Okay.
and I'm not saying
That's fine.
thousands, but but let's make um, a larger presence to show that hey, we're not going to let anybody else take this over. Period. And I do believe
That's fine.
that would be the smartest move for the president to do that instead of and you got to understand, when it comes to me, I've been around a little bit. I'm military. I've been down that road, but I don't. His rhetoric sometimes gets to be a little much for me, and I just kind of like wish I could just walk into the Oval Office and slap him upside the head and say, "Look, quit saying some of this stuff you're saying. You don't need to say it. We get it, But I understand where he's going with it. I believe he's trying to be a strong president. I believe he means what he says. When he says it, he does it. It's just like Venezuela. I mean, he'd been saying it. He'd been telling them. They were trying to work it out, and nobody out down there wanted to listen. So he took it upon himself to take care of that situation. And if anybody believes that that man shouldn't have been taken out of power, then something's wrong with you, because he should have been taken out of power. Now, I hope what I think should happen, which, my opinion and a bag of pinto beans don't mean much, but I think that he should support the government that's there to see if we can get them to not abuse their people. Let's get that country back on track to do the right things to take care of those people.
So then why did he
it's just
reinstate
like,
the same dictatorship and keep the same regime in office rather than put the person who actually won the election into office?
that's questionable. That's something that needs to be talked about. Does he think by talking to those people that they may have kind of changed their minds on what they wanted to do and how they wanted to react to their country because they know they're being scrutinized? They know that they're being watched by the U.S. and they've come around to go, yeah, we better behave. Who knows? I don't know, but I think that that's his strategy. I don't think that he wants to go in there and take over that country. I think he wants to get the oil rights back of money we've already spent.
He wants to steal oil.
No, you don't want to steal oil. I think he
That's
wants to get
stealing
our
oil.
investment back.
Those
that
aren't
we had
investments back. Those are just going in and taking their oil, right? The idea that it's investments back is ridiculous, especially because just because we were involved historically speaking does not mean we have a right to be involved, right? Right? You
Who built
understand
the
that
oil
it's
wells?
in the same way that like if we can impose a tariff, right? Then
Who built
obviously,
the oil wells?
what's up?
Who built the oil wells?
You're trying to say because the U.S. was involved in through market transactions in building some of the industry within Venezuela, that means that they have a right to control said industry, which I don't think is true. I think the Venezuelan people have control over it, and I don't think that because what fucking 50 years ago, right, it was not nationalized and the U.S. was involved, that means that somehow they deserve to control oil
No, we were
today.
involved. We were involved in enriching your country, and you turn around and took a crap on us. That's what we were involved in.
Okay,
You
and
shut it all
that's
down.
their right to do that. You can try to
No, it's
incentivize
not their
them.
right to
Wait,
do that. After we've
hold
invested,
up.
listen, we
You can
invest things
incentivize them
all
to
over the
work with
world.
us. You can incentivize them to work with us, but you should not be forcing them by threat of bombing them, right? And specifically putting a fucking fake regime into the office. You already agreed that they're an illegitimate regime. Why do you keep the same illegitimate
Yeah,
regime
and
in
I
office?
don't know if that will. I just don't know if that will continue. It may, but I don't know what his strategy is. It's not like I can call up Trump and sit down and have a conversation with him and try to figure out what's in his head. I
Yeah,
have no clue.
I'm
But
just
I'm
saying
looking
if
at
the
it just like
interests
you
were
look at it, and like any other American looks at it. It's like, okay, well, I don't know if you think this way or not, but I do. I've been around a long time. I'm looking at this as, okay, what's his strategy? What is he thinking? Could these people that he's dealing with right now, can they be changed and their minds changed? It's like, okay, guys, look, we'll work with you, but you're going to work with us.
No,
And you're
I,
going to
I think
stop
the
this
issue
stuff.
here is it very clearly demonstrates Trump's goal is not to benefit the Venezuelan people, but it's instead to benefit the U.S. by getting access to oil from Venezuela. So that was
Why
the
shouldn't they?
argument. That's what they're trying to say. And they're
Why shouldn't they?
justifying theft and stealing from Venezuela by trying to do so.
No,
Now, again, this
look at the billions of dollars that were already spent by the U.S. going in there and
not
enriching their oil and
justification.
giving them it, and it was shut off. And it was shut.
Wait, so
It
I
is
have a question.
justification.
Do you think that the wait? I have a
What
question.
country
Do you
have
think
we
the
not bailed
UK?
out?
Do you think the UK has a right to go into India and to steal some of their resources because of the fact that historically speaking they invested in some of the industries within India?
If they invested billions of dollars to help that country and the UK never received anything back, absolutely they
What
did.
you say never received anything back. U.S. companies did receive things back from Venezuela. Therefore, your whole argument's debunked.
What they received back? Did they get full payment back?
They got
You know,
paid.
I
Yeah.
listened to one of your other guys that do the same thing you do, that Johnny, whatever his name is. He claims, that he doesn't believe we should support any other country. That's the only thing I agree with him on.
I
We
disagree with
should
that
not
position.
support them. Now, to support them as far as hunger, to support them as far as technology, yeah, I'm into that, sure. But if you're going to run your country into the ground because you do not have the proper government to give the people what they deserve, then that's on you. That's your problem, not ours.
If
Why
it's
should
their
we
problem,
send you
not ours,
money?
then you're saying that we shouldn't be involved with Venezuela. You're saying we shouldn't be involved with Greenland. But apparently, we should be involved because Trump wants
Greenland's is
ownership.
Greenland is a strategic move. That's to keep everybody else
There
out
is
of
no
there.
wait. So what strategy?
Well, it's like we were talking before. I think it's as simple as just moving more troops there. That make it a training facility, whatever you want to do. But as long as
Wait,
there's
so
a
trying to
presence
own
of the United
Greenland
States,
is not wait. So trying to own Greenland is not just national security because you could already do the national security right now. There's no strategic value in getting Greenland right now through those means. The only benefit you could ever try to point to, right, is either that Trump sees expansion as a benefit, or it's that he sees the minerals that he can get from the country as a benefit. That's it.
I just think on that we're just going to have to agree to disagree because I think that it's a strategic place for if Russia wanted to be there or China wanted to be there. I think it's a bad thing for the U.S. to have any of our countries that would love to be able to take over the U.S. that close.
They're
to
already
us.
a part of NATO. If they're invaded, the U.S. is already involved.
What's NATO going to do? Who supports
invoke
NATO?
Article 5?
Who supports NATO?
America in typical?
Well, we do. That's right.
And all of the allies in NATO?
We support NATO. We put more money into it than the other countries.
Yeah,
You know,
other
but
countries,
here's the
but that's
thing.
just because of our size of our economy. The other countries put money into the economy, money into NATO as well. And you understand that it's in an alliance specifically in terms of security, and it also benefits the United States.
To a point, I can agree with that to a little bit. But you know, some of these other, you know, I've never gotten on your show, but I have gotten on with your other little buddy that everybody says you and him look like brothers. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name right now.
Dean?
Dean, you know, Dean's a smart guy. You're a smart guy, you know, and I don't disagree with everything you all say. There's some points you all make that I just go, you know, they're dead on with it, because I don't agree with 100% of everything that this administration is doing. I don't, but for the most part, I do, and I'm glad they're in place right now. And you know, you can get off on the, you know, why are you promoting a felon? I just think that stuff's crap. I think it's bullshit. I'm not buying into it. I think that they've found a way to put this up, and you know, guys like yourself and Dean, especially Dean, and especially Johnny. Oh my God, you know, they just go off on this, and Johnny, that's his whole talking point. Why are you supporting a felon? Why are you supporting a rapist? You know, come on. You know,
I mean, he is a rapist. I totally agree he is.
Okay,
Now,
well,
I can tell you why. I can tell you
don't.
why. He was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. There's 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. In order for you to believe that he specifically is not guilty, you'd have to think every single one of them are lying.
Yeah, you weren't there. I wasn't there. The only two people who were there was him and her, and she's the only one complaining.
Trump claimed that they never met.
Okay.
So it
And
can't
then
be that they never
that's
met
her
while
obligation.
simultaneously.
That's her obligation to prove it. It's her obligation to come out
And she
when it
did.
happened, and she
She
should have
did.
come out when it happened.
She did. Wait, no, and by the way, no, when you say it should have come out when it did happen, it takes decades for many victims to come out, and the idea that you would blame a victim for not coming out right away is
I'm not
ridiculous,
blaming the
especially.
victim. I'm not blaming her. Only
Well,
thing
you're saying
I'm
she
blaming
should have
her
come out right
for,
away.
she should have. She should have. And me and you wouldn't be having this conversation right now if she had.
I don't even think that's necessarily the case. Now, if you want to
Okay.
reference, if you want to
That might
reference
be
this
good
in
for your
general,
show, but it's the truth.
no, it's not necessarily the truth. Now, if you want to talk about this again, if you're going to create the conditions in the society that then lead to them not coming out right away, you can't say it's their fault for not coming out right away. You're literally not believing her, right? Even though
No,
she
I
held
mean,
her abuser accountable in a civil court, even though there's 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. It's not, again, it's not just like one person. We're talking about, you're saying all of these people are lying. Every single one. You're saying that Donald Trump, the pathological liar, is more likely to tell the truth than all of these other people.
you know, I was, I'm probably telling you too much about myself, but I was an on-the-road musician for years. And I watched through the late 70s and 80s when nobody had any morals. They had no morals whatsoever. They wanted to party. All the guys were looking for what they could look for, and all the girls were looking for the best man that they could find. And that's just the truth, my friend. That's just the way it is. And I can't recite to you the years and stuff that this happened between, you know, Donald Trump and this gal. I don't know. You know, but there was a time in this world that was almost acceptable. Did I agree with it? No. But did it happen? Yes, it did.
You said grape was
And
acceptable then? No.
no, I
One.
didn't say
And
rape. I'm not saying rape.
so
I'm
then what was
saying
acceptable?
misbehavior.
What
Making
misbehavior?
the wrong choices, doing things that you probably shouldn't have done, and then later on you regret it, and then all of a sudden you're going, well, this shouldn't have happened to me.
You know,
Well,
in society,
maybe, just
that
maybe, she
wait,
let it happen.
wait,
If it
okay,
happened at all,
no,
I don't
that's
know.
absurd to say. What? That's fucking disgusting to
It
say.
is not
No, she did
absurd.
not
It's
let it
not
happen.
absurd.
No, it's absurd. That is absurd. Now listen to this. You understand that historically speaking, that it was considered quote unquote acceptable to engage in child marriage to an adult. Okay,
Yeah, well, that's
so
just
just
what you
because
said,
it was
bastard.
considered quote unquote acceptable historically speaking is not evidence that we should view it that way today, or that we shouldn't hold people accountable that commit these particular actions.
Yeah, and you got states right now that are wanting to drop the age of consent down to 14. Really? I mean,
Yeah,
come on, man.
and wait, do
You
they
know,
tend to be
how come we
Republican
can't?
states?
How come we can't get back to the old way of thinking
Wait,
that
what
children
states
are
are?
children?
Wait, so then
And
I have a
they're
question.
children until they're not. And some of them are children until they're in their early 20s because they're just not developed yet. They're not ready to make decisions like that because they think all of a sudden, you know, I'm 16, I'm 17 years old. I can do what I want to do. No, they can't. A lot of children don't have the capacity to be able to think that that is a wrong decision to make.
It's
And we
not
see it
it's
happening
not
all
their
the time.
decision. It's the decision of the person who's the adult who's trying to take advantage of them.
Maybe, but they're sitting there and they're looking at the fruit that this other person. I'm not saying it's right, dude, at all. You know, listen, I've got 11 grandkids, and all of my grandkids, they're all taught a certain way, and they're all taught don't talk to strangers. Period. Don't do it. Don't put yourself in a position. But
Here,
that's my family.
can I ask you
That's
this
my
question real
family.
quick? How do you feel about Trump, his administration, purposefully not releasing the Epstein files against the law? Like they're violating the law currently and not releasing the Epstein files. Do you
Okay.
think that they're protecting pedophiles?
What year was it that all this stuff happened with Epstein?
It didn't just happen in 1 year.
When it first started, what year was it? When he was finally arrested.
When he was arrested, was it 2006 or something?
Yeah.
That
Why
he
didn't they do
was
it then?
charged?
Why didn't they do it then?
Or the start of the investigation? Or I can't
Yeah.
quite remember the
No.
year he was charged. Or, I mean,
Okay.
arrested.
Well, it was a long time from now. Why didn't they do it then? Listen, man.
I'm confused what your
Here's
point
one
is.
thing. Here's one thing that I've learned. And listen, I think you're an intelligent guy. I listen to you. I don't always get on here, but I do listen to you. And I think you're an intelligent person. You're probably more intelligent than me because you dive into it deeper than I do. I'm a more common sense guy. But I cannot recall, maybe Reagan, I don't know, but I can't recall a presidency that didn't have some corruption to them. Not one. And I don't think you can either. I mean, do you think Obama was perfect? Nope. He had his
No,
problems
I don't
too.
think every single candidacy is perfect, but I don't think that they're anywhere near comparable to Trump and the level of corruption that he has. This isn't just corruption, by the way. This is literally him committing sexual violence, right?
I think
this is corruption. This
you know,
is sexual violence. This is him
Yeah, we could
undermining
talk
our
to this. We could
constitution,
talk
our
about this till the cows
democracy,
come home.
our core fundamental laws. It's him protecting
Sure,
P3DOs.
I agree with all that. I agree with all that. But I think that there's more to this than you know and that I know. What if this was true? Why isn't he behind bars?
So when
If this was true, why isn't it behind bars? Just because he's Donald Trump? No.
no, so
Mike Tyson went to prison, and he was a huge star. He was a big man.
Okay, so the reason, because he isn't president of the United States. They violated the law. The reason why he's not in prison is because he was elected and put into the position of presidency. And he's given this presidential immunity while he's in this position, right? Even though he's
But he
violating the law, even though
he
they're
wasn't
not
president
releasing
when
the
he was
Epstein
convicted.
files.
He wasn't president when he was convicted.
Yeah, but
We
even
don't know.
in the sentencing, they said that the reason why he wasn't, and by the way, these are for two different crimes. The reason why he wasn't put in prison is because he was a literally elected president. That's literally what they said in the sentencing. And by the way, the Epstein files as a whole were literally literally were sealed all the way through 2024.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I agree with that. I don't think they should have been sealed. The guy was a piece of shit. You know, we all know that. But look how many other politicians that were involved. You don't think that they're not all going to group up and go, oh, hold on a minute. You're not going to get us in trouble. We need to hush this up. Personally, I mean, Donald Trump, what I recall, the man came out. He said, yeah, I knew him. We were friends. I thought he was a nice guy. Did I know about all this other stuff he was doing? No. Okay, he didn't know. Did Clinton know? Yeah, Clinton knew. Was he there? Yeah. There's pictures of Clinton being there. Should we raid Clinton's
do you think
house?
that do you think that indicates that Clinton is guilty?
Yeah.
You do?
I do.
So there are
He was
pictures
there.
just like that. There are pictures just like that of Donald Trump with Epstein and
Do it.
people who have
Okay,
their
well, let
faces
me back up.
redacted. So if you think that's
Let me back
evidence,
up.
wait, if you think that's evidence against Clinton, then you also believe that's evidence against Trump. Therefore, why do you support Trump?
Okay, let me back up a little bit. Is there documentation and evidence and pictures and everything that Clinton was there? Yes. Is there documents and pictures and everything that he abused young women? I don't know. I haven't seen those yet.
Oh wait, so now you've just backtracked. You
Well,
said you
I'm not
earlier said
backtracking.
that he was
I'm trying
guilty,
to justify
and now
what you're
you've
saying.
backtracked.
Okay, don't make this part of your program. I'm just telling you, I'm agreeing with you to a point. I have not seen refutable evidence that Clinton did anything wrong. So am I going to accuse him of doing something wrong? No. Was he there? Yes. There's pictures to show that he was there. Did he engage in something? Well, I want to say yes because we already know about Monica Lewinsky. Is he kind of a puke? Yeah, I think he is. You know,
Okay,
he took
so
his
you said
presidential
because he
powers.
cheated with Monica Lewinsky, so Trump is a serial adulterer, meaning that you believe that Trump probably did something too.
I haven't seen that evidence. I've seen evidence of Clinton. I haven't seen that evidence. The only pictures I've seen online, and I've looked at several things online, the only thing I've seen is that they took pictures together. But there's pictures of Clinton in kind of a compromising kind of deal, in the
Yeah,
cigar
there's a
suit.
picture of Donald Trump grabbing his dick.
Grabbing whose dick?
Bill Clinton's.
Donald Trump grabbing Bill Clinton's dick?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they got their freak on. I don't know. I don't know about that. But if that's the case, and they come out and they say, no, we've got evidence. Donald Trump was there and Donald Trump was sleeping with a 16-year-old, then bust his ass.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Wait, so if there's an FBI tip within the Epstein files that says that Donald Trump literally assaulted a minor, you wouldn't vote for him?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so there literally already is an FBI tip. There's already an FBI tip that says that.
Because you say it, don't make it true.
There, you can literally look at the Epstein.
I want it opened up to the world. I want it opened up to the public.
They have. They literally
all the
have.
way.
You can see the Epstein files, and you can see not all of them have been released, only some of them. And in some of them that have been released, there are FBI tips about Trump.
Is there any young girls come out yet
Yes.
on Trump?
Yes.
Prove it.
Katie Johnson.
Get it on the national news. Not
It
CNN.
has been. But this was years back because of the fact that they literally had to step out because of the fact they didn't want to be harassed.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
But they literally have accused, and there's court documents of this, accused Epstein and Trump of sexual assault, torture,
listen,
and countless other
as
things.
big as this
Trafficking.
is, here's the way I look at it. As big as this is, if they're worried about their safety, as big as this is, I think the American people would get behind this 100% on the right and on the left if we knew that that was irrefutable proof and we knew for sure that that was the deal. I think the whole country.
Dude, I just
wanna
think this
believe
idea of
I think
irrefutable proof
that's
is so annoying because I feel like there literally was so much evidence indicating this that it should be considered irrefutable, but so many people just won't acknowledge it and they just call it Democrat fake news media. Like, you're just not even engaging with the points and you just won't believe it because of the fact that you literally just think it's fake news. You think it's just the Democrats going after him, even though he was held liable in a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. There's 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. And yet, you still defend him. He said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the
I
younger
haven't
side.
defended anybody.
You
I haven't
support
defended
Trump still.
anybody. I'm saying yes, I'm going by off of his record of what he's doing right now. I'm not going by off that crap. I want irrefutable proof. I want to know for a fact that this is what happened and we have not made it there yet. Once we get there, then buddy, I'll call you up and tell you you've been right all along, and I'm so sorry that I voted for that son of a bitch.
What
But
is
we are
irrefutable proof to you?
not there yet. It's all propaganda. It's all there's look, man.
What's
We could talk
irrefutable
about
proof?
this till the
What
cow.
standard of evidence
We
do we have
could
to
talk
hit?
about this till the cows come home. And the thing that what I look at is, does it quack like a duck? Does it walk like a duck? Does it got webbed
That's
feet?
Trump.
Well, I ain't seen that yet. I
Yes,
haven't
you
seen
have.
that yet.
You
I
literally
haven't.
have. There's
No,
so much
I have
evidence.
not. Well, the evidence that I've seen is shaky.
How?
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything. Because here's the thing, man. If this was all true, because really, when it comes right down to it, you can read what you want to read. You don't know the facts. I don't know the facts. You don't.
I do. He was
You
held
could,
liable
no,
for
you
sexual
don't. You
abuse. That is a
don't.
fact I know.
The only facts you know is what you read, and what you read may not be the facts.
Okay, so then you're essentially saying
But
I don't
let
know
me finish.
anything. Parker, you actually don't know
No,
anything.
you do. No, Parker, you do. I know you do your research, my friend. I know you do. Just like I try to. But I know this. If it was true 100%, without a doubt, that he did this, his ass would be in prison. And he's not, is he?
Okay, so the reason why it's not a criminal case is because of statute of limitations that says that after a certain amount of years, regardless of the amount of evidence, you can't try them in a criminal court.
Yeah, earlier I said you should have spoke up, and you kind of chastised me for it.
Yeah, again, the whole idea that a victim, because they didn't speak up right away, that's the reason why you're not going to believe them, is a ridiculous thing because you're creating the culture in which they didn't speak up in the first place. Because literally the reason that leads to victims not speaking up right away is the fact that there's trauma associated with it. There is people who won't believe them. There are people who blame them that literally, even if they hold their abuser accountable, still won't believe them and will still show them hate. We show more hate to victims in our society, literally for talking about what happened to them, than we show to the people that assault them.
4 years ago, I had a nephew, and I'm not saying that he ran his life right, because I know he didn't. And we're a multicultural family. I've got Hispanics in my family. I've got Black Americans in my family, which I hate saying that word the way that comes out. I'm just Black American. No, you're Black people. You're Americans, period. But he put himself in a bad situation. He was shot and killed. The two young men that killed him are out on the streets right now. This is 5 years ago. The reason that they're out on the streets right now is because they live in a small community in Alabama, and the crime is so bad down there in that area that they just don't have time to run down every crime that was committed. And these boys are back out on the streets. Do I know for sure that those two boys are the ones that killed him? No, I don't. I just know that those two boys are the ones that were arrested. Do I know that there was other kids involved? Yep, I know that. I guess the point that I'm trying to make on this is that the only people that know the truth, the real truth of what happened, was my nephew, that is dead now, and the people that were standing there at that apartment complex that shot him in the chest and killed him. That's the only people that know the truth. Everything else is speculation. And that's the way I see this whole Trump thing. Yeah, I hear this woman saying this. I hear him saying that. Or the attorneys. I don't hear anything out of anybody, of the actual victims. The only people that know the truth about what happened is who was there at the time. And the American public does not know that. You want to believe that we do.
Who do you determine
by
to
what
believe?
media tells you.
Then how do you determine who you believe?
Well, sometimes you can't. Sometimes
well, I think we can in this circumstance. I think we did in this
circumstance. All right, well, you go figure out who killed my nephew then. You go figure it out. because the cops can't.
I'm talking about the situation with Donald Trump. We have enough evidence with that.
That's what I'm saying. Same situation. We don't know what happened. The only two
We have very good
hold
reason,
on.
based upon all of these facts that I brought up, based upon the
But
fact
you
that there's
still don't
26
know
plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct, based upon the fact that he's literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. The fact that he said that Epstein was a terrific guy, he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Epstein literally said about Trump that he's known people who are bad, but none as bad as Donald Trump. Okay?
Well, you know, the fact here's a fact that I'll tell you. I'm 63 years old. I love young, beautiful women. I think they're beautiful. Do I think I have a snowball's chance in hell? No. Do I have some morals? Yes. I would never put myself in that position. Do I think they're beautiful? Yes, I do, because they are.
Okay,
They just are.
What ages are you referencing,
Does that make me a bad guy? Does
What
that make
ages-
me a bad
what
guy
ages
because
are
I
you
look at a
referencing, sir?
25-year-old woman and go, God, she's beautiful? Does that make me a bad person?
Yeah, I don't think that when we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein, they're talking about 25-year-old
I'm not
women.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm talking about Trump. So he has said some dumb things. He has.
Okay, I'm
He
sorry.
has.
You understand that we're talking about Donald Trump saying that he likes beautiful women on the many of them on the younger side, such as like Jeffrey Epstein.
But if
So if he's
anybody else said
comparing
that,
it to Jeffrey Epstein, we know the type of things that he's saying there, dude.
that might be a talking point. Could be. I don't know. I don't know.
Those are
But
children.
just
We're
because
talking
he
about
said
children
that
in those
doesn't make
circumstances.
him any different than any other man. If I said that, nobody would give a shit. Why? Because I'm a nobody. But he's Donald Trump. He said it. All of a sudden, the world is outraged. He's outraged by saying, boy, this beautiful little 12-year-old girl or whoever she is, if she was 25, I'd date her. You know, okay, dumb thing to say. I agree. Dumb thing to say
That's him
when you're Donald
sexualizing a
Trump.
10-year-old. He said he went up to a 10-year-old and he said he'd be dating her in 10 years. That's sexualizing the 10-year-old. He's also sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. Okay? He's
Yeah.
bragged about walking in the changing rooms again of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. So you understand that he's bragged about engaging in sexual exploitation. Okay? So we have very good reason to believe that this is applicable to him. There is very good evidence. Okay? What would be acceptable evidence to you? Like, genuinely, I think with this, we have some of the most evidence that we could associate with being applicable to indicate that Donald Trump has committed this out of any particular grape case you could mention, right? There are plenty of grape cases that have significantly less evidence than this,
No,
and
there's
you
a
would
lot
say
of
that
them.
you would accept it. Like, genuinely. I think the only reason you decide not to accept it in the circumstances is because you have blinders on, because it's Donald Trump that
No, I
did
don't
it.
have blinders on at all.
You
I'm
do.
looking
You
at our
absolutely
country
do.
where everybody wants to sit here and go, oh, our gas prices aren't down. Our food prices aren't down. Yes, they are. I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Gas
My
prices are down by
my-
12 cents in the past year. Food prices have gone up.
No, they haven't. Not in
Yes,
my
they have.
community. And
Yes,
I
they
live in a
have.
place that has them. No, they're not. I go shopping every other day.
Yes, in
I
the
see it in my
Bureau of
grocery
Labor
store.
Statistics, it's indicated that food prices have gone up.
Okay, fine. Let's get down to the real world. I go pay and I pay $2.09 a gallon for gas. I go in my local Kroger and I pay $2.10 for $1.98 for a dozen eggs.
Okay,
You know?
so eggs have gone down in price. I'm not disputing you on
Yeah,
that.
and
That's
I see
because of
my
bird
beef
flu.
prices coming down. I just went and bought a
Beef
chuck roast
prices
for
have gone up.
$12.
Haven't beef prices gone up massively?
Yes, they did, but they came back down in my area. I was paying $25
No, but they're still
for a
higher
chuck
than what they
roast.
were already.
Hold on. You're right. They are. They are. But all
Yeah,
these things that
they've
have
increased
happened that he's trying
9%
to
retail
do,
beef prices, 9% since last January.
do I think that's an average across the country? Yeah.
Yes.
Is it in my area? No, not so much.
I mean, that's probably what it is for you.
It is. So I got to look at what it is in my area. Is it the same thing in LA? No, it's LA.
I'm referencing what it
Do
is
I
for the
think it
country
should?
as a whole.
Do I think it should be
There's
blanket
no way
across
there's
the
that
country?
much of a
Yeah.
difference, dude. That's just like
Well, there
you do.
is. I'm
It sounds like
telling
you
you.
don't have the markets work. We're talking about the
Well,
average
I'm
in the
just telling you.
country.
Well, when I go shop, I see it. So I don't know what you're seeing where you live. I don't even know where you live. But where I live, is it high? Yeah, it's higher. Is it coming down?
Oh,
Yeah,
now
I
it's
see it
higher.
all.
Okay. Thank you for acknowledging it. It's higher.
No, oh, sure it did. We all knew that. And that happened in the Biden administration, not just with Trump.
Yeah, I'm not
These
disputing
prices went
that,
up.
but I think that Trump has done things to put upward pressure on prices.
I think with the tariffs and things like that, yeah, it has changed some things. Depends on where we're buying our produce, where are we buying our beef out of? I mean, I'm hoping that we're only buying our beef from, some of the largest beef growers in the world, and that's right here in the U.S. But I don't know. I don't know. Do our chickens come
Trump
from?
did a deal with Argentina to buy a bunch of their beef.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Trump did a deal with Argentina to buy a bunch of their beef.
Okay.
Isn't that pricing out American farmers?
I don't know if it's pricing out.
It is.
I think it's trying to make a competitive market.
It's trying to create a competitive market. So if you want a competitive market, then you want global trade. Okay? So if you want a competitive market, then you want less tariffs. Donald Trump's imposing more tariffs, therefore creating a less competitive market.
Yeah, I'm going to say something which you'll probably use against me, but
okay.
I'm kind of a simpleton when it comes to certain things. We don't need to buy beef from anywhere. We don't need to buy a lot of things. We grow everything here.
So you don't want a competitive market, and no, we do not grow everything.
No, I do want a competitive market, and I think we should buy from other countries. I think that's a friendly thing to do. But I think we could support our own country from within. I mean, listen,
objectively speaking, we can't to the same degree.
I think we can, sir. I really do.
We literally can't. Right? Like, it would be more expensive if we cut off the supply coming from other countries, because it would reduce the supply with the same level of demand within the country.
We have restricted farmers from growing. Listen, you got to understand.
No, we have literally funded farmers to grow. What are you talking about?
Hold on a minute. Let me finish my point.
The restrictions for farmers have come from Donald Trump's tariff policy.
Hold on a minute. Let me finish my point. I grew up in the farming community. I grew up in the beef community. And I'm telling you right now, the only reason that we are not able to sell everything we have right here is because of the restrictions that were put on farmers. You don't think we can't cover the wheat for this country? You don't think we can't cover the beef for this country? You don't think we can't cover the produce for this country? You better think again.
Yeah, we can.
I was born in California. I've seen too many farmers that has to have hundreds and hundreds of acres set aside. They can't farm on it because the government's telling them not to. So we can buy from out of the country. If we had to, and we shut all that down, if we never bought from South America again, what are we going to miss? Nothing. Because
plenty of things. Higher prices on goods and services. We're going to have less crops, especially typically we specifically get from South American countries.
Have less crops?
So
how can you have less crops if they open that land? If they open that land for the farmer to let him farm on it, you're not going to have less crops.
Hey, dude,
you're going to have
do you
more
think
crops.
do you think that you can develop the same amount of coffee, bananas, and fruits and vegetables that are literally? Listen, let me please finish. That rely on different types of tropical environments that don't exist here in the United States to the same extent. Okay,
well,
obviously there's a distinction.
Either.
Obviously there's a distinction, and that's why other countries are developing those particular goods, because they have developed a comparative advantage for producing those particular goods comparative to us, right? They specialized in that, right? Therefore, they should be the ones producing it because they produce better ones.
I agree. That's why fair trade works. It's good for everybody, not just good for the U.S. It's good for all the other countries that we buy from. We're not going to grow macadamia nuts. It's hard for us to grow pineapples here, but we do it. California, they grow pineapples. There's nothing that, look at the state of California.
You're
I
not
was
understanding
born in
though. Do
California.
you want higher prices with less good items because the fact that again other countries are going to produce better fruits than we are. That's just the factual. In certain circumstances, other countries, the conditions in their
What a
countries
man,
will
what a
produce
what a
better
man,
fruits than us. That's just facts.
what a mango?
That could be true.
That's bad. What else would there be?
I mean,
A mango,
I don't have to
coffee,
give you the specific
coffee is something.
examples. I think that obviously there is the case that like we're going to have a higher supply of better goods if it is the case that we allow for countries around the world to trade with us. If we don't allow for other countries around the world to trade with us
But
to the
that's
same
why
extent,
we
we're not
regulate
going to
what
have
we
as good
do
of goods
here.
because it decreases the amount of goods that we're getting overall. Okay, and
But that's
other
why we.
countries, are you saying that other countries don't produce certain goods better than us?
No, sir, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's why we regulate what we do here so we can have trade with other countries. But we don't have to. Now, coffee, yeah, we have to because in the US, we can't grow coffee for crap. It's not a good thing for us to grow. We need to get coffee from Brazil. We need to get coffee from South America.
Okay,
Here,
wait. So then
it's
you
not so
you just
good.
said you wanted to cut all of that off. So then how are you going to make coffee
No,
in the
I did
U.S.?
not say that.
That's
Don't put
literally what you
words
just
in my
said.
mouth. I didn't
You
say I
said
need to
you
cut
said
it
you
off.
said you
I'm
don't think we have
saying
enough crops to be able to take care of everything we need here in the United
if,
States. That's what you said.
yes, I did say that. If we had to do that, we could. Now, you may not get the best cup of coffee in the world. You may not get the best tasting pineapple. You may not get the ripest
And it
mango.
might be very
But
expensive.
yes, right. You're right. But for the most part, we would
Yeah,
be
would we
able
be
to
able to live?
sustain
Yes. Would we be
ourselves.
at significantly lower quality of life? Absolutely. So like, I don't
Sure,
know
but
why
you've
you're
got to
making that
look at the
argument.
land. Look at it is an
Yeah, we
argument. Look at the
wouldn't die.
land.
We wouldn't.
Look at
All
the
of us
land.
wouldn't die off if that was true. You know, like that's of
Look at
course.
you're wrong. Look at the land that farmers are forced to set aside. You cannot farm that ground. And we're talking thousands of acres. You cannot farm that. If they allow them farmers to do what they want to do to provide for our country and not rely on other countries, we'd be just fine. We would be. This ain't my first rodeo, Parker. I've been around all this stuff all my life. I've watched farmers. I've
Apparently
watched
it
beef
is because
growers.
you don't understand that we want to keep global trade. You agree that global trade is
And I
preferable.
agree that we should. I agree that we should. You're missing my point.
No,
I'm not
I
saying we
just said that
shouldn't.
you agree that we should. So obviously, if you want to impose tariffs, you have to give an argument for this. Your tariffs are not beneficial because they've made worse off conditions in our labor market. They've decreased the level of domestic manufacturing investment. We've seen worse off conditions in terms of real median wage growth. Right? What is better off since the tariffs have been implemented? Tell us.
I don't think I can't even tell you if it is better off. The only thing I can tell you is this, that I've watched for the last 50 years as this country's been ripped off by other countries because we give more and we receive less. And that's not fair.
That's
That's
vague.
not
Be
fair at
specific.
all.
Be specific. You're being vague. What specifically?
Think about every war we've ever been involved in. Who picked up the tab on most of it?
Okay, so you're saying we should be less involved with war around the world?
No, I'm not saying that. Don't change your narrative around just to benefit your show.
I'm not.
I'm telling you the fact that we have spent more money protecting other people than we do protecting our own.
Okay. So then do you want to cut the military budget?
No, I don't. I think we ought to increase it. We spend more money feeding other people than we do feeding our own.
Wrong.
Now, you got your buddy. No, it ain't wrong. You got
It is
your
wrong.
buddy
What's your
over
source?
there. You got Johnny over there saying,
Hey, what's your source?
There's 20. We're not going down that road.
What do you
got
mean
your
we're
buddy
not
Johnny
going
over
down that
there.
road? Can you tell me your source here, sir?
Listen, I'm not the guy that gets on a computer and looks at every little thing I can use to.
You mean you're
advance
not a
my
guy that
show.
researches?
No, I look at the real world and the way it is.
So you don't research. I look at the
So-
real world. I get my evidence from
need
the
to.
real
I can
world. I
see
don't
it
do
every
no
day.
research. No research
So
happens
you're
here,
gonna,
sir.
Listen, we were having a good conversation until you got on that.
Come on.
Because I agree with
You
some of the
cannot
stuff
tell me
you're
to
saying.
take you seriously when you say that you don't do research and that you just get it from personal experience.
I see
That's
it. I
not an
see it
argument.
every day. I see it every day.
Yeah,
not
and
the only
you're
person
the
I
all
talk
you're
to.
all knowing, you're all powerful. You have experiences
There
that are
you
representative
go.
of everyone
And
else.
this is the direction of your conversation. I was hoping you wouldn't go there, but you're going to because it helps your ratings and it
This
makes
has
it makes
nothing to
you
do
look
with my
good
ratings.
because you're
This has
trying to
nothing
shut
to do
me
with my
down.
ratings.
No, it doesn't.
Hell, we
If
just
your
lost
ratings are
people on the
high-
TikTok live. There's less people than TikTok live right now. We just lost people. What are you talking about?
Okay, and I'm not even going to be the one to say yes because
How is
I've
this for
smoked you on
ratings?
every issue.
What ratings
I'm
am I
not gonna
getting
do that
increased because of this?
because I thought we were having a good conversation. I really
I,
do.
yeah,
And I
until
liked
you
it.
literally
And
say
here's
that
the
you
other
won't do
thing.
research. Until you
No,
say that
I'm
you
not
won't
saying I
provide evidence
won't.
or sources for the claims that you say. What am I supposed to
I'm
do
not-
in that circumstance? Say, you know
I
what?
don't know,
I
Johnny.
totally
I don't-
believe you just because you claimed it.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I know that you do that, and I don't need to.
I
don't
provide
need
sources
to.
all the time.
I see what's real out in the world because I'm out in it every day.
I'm in the
I
world
don't know if
too.
you are or
So
not.
can I make claims just based upon my own anecdotal experience?
I think you should make claims on what you do experience out there.
Yeah, I experience, everyone can just, become a TikToker, bro. And just like build a social media because it happened to me, like everyone else can do that, right?
No, not everybody else can.
But like if I
haven't-
were to posit based upon my own anecdotal experience, that just because it happened for me,
No,
that
I
it can
think-
happen
I
for
think it's
everyone else,
because-
that'd be the exact same as your reasoning.
I think that you have the desire to have that kind of rhetoric with people. I think you have the desire to have this type of platform. I think it's good for you. Go ahead and do it. You're obviously making money, or you wouldn't be doing it. And that's okay with me. I don't care. Do it.
If
Do
I won the
agree with
lottery,
everything
if
you
I
say?
won the lottery and I made no money from doing this, I would still do this. I did this before I
Good.
made any money on it.
Because look, I'm not saying you're not passionate about what you do, and you're fine. I'm not arguing with you. When it comes to all these other people that are on here with, uh, these other dudes, I'd rather listen to you than any of them, to be honest with you. And I do. I listen to your show quite often. Do I agree with everything you say? No, because a lot of you guys, it's all about Trump, 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 Trump. Let's get it back to being about America. That unite this.
That's
country.
what
Quit
you've had a problem
dividing.
with because you support Trump, right? And I'm not trying to focus on Trump,
I
but I
support-
have to
I-
focus on Trump because he's the president. I have to focus on Trump because 90% of the Republican Party supports him. I have to focus on Trump because of the fact that there's such a huge portion of the country that defends the actions that he engages in. I would love to completely ignore Trump, to never think him out of again, ever. I would love to never fucking think about this guy ever again. Please get him out of politics. I don't want to think
okay,
about him
well-
anymore. I'm done. Please
all right,
get him
fine.
out.
You're-
I have to do it because he's the president.
Okay, I get it. Your hatred for Trump is your hatred for Trump. I don't.
No,
feel exactly
it's
the
my
way you
hatred
do.
for what he's doing to this country. Because I care
Okay,
about this
well,
country, because I love this country, because I want what's best for this country. I'm against what
I
Donald
don't
Trump is
see it the
doing,
way you
undermining
do.
our rule of law, undermining our constitution, doing what's best for the billionaires at the expense of working class people, trying to dissolute
maybe-
NATO, literally by calling for the invasion of fucking Greenland. Okay, calling for the
you think
regime
that-
change in plenty of different countries, right? Literally
think-
involving ourselves around the world rather than focusing on healthcare for Americans, childcare for Americans, housing affordability, education, right? That's not what he's been focused on. He's been focused on all these different random things.
So you don't think a regime change is necessary?
No. I don't think the
You
U.S. should
don't?
be involved with regime change. I think that regime change, historically speaking, has been incredibly destabilizing, right, for a huge portion of the world in terms of the U.S. involving itself in that. And I think oftentimes the U.S. interests are not in creating democracies in other countries, but rather stealing their oil and stealing their natural resources. That's
Okay,
what the
wait a
U.S.
minute.
has been
Okay.
involved in. So I don't trust the U.S. to engage in
Yeah.
regime change, right, in any of these contexts, because historically speaking, it's never been the case, or practically in any of these circumstances, or maybe in one of them or something you could possibly mention, where there's been a legitimate stabilization of a country due to regime change. Like, literally, give me a single example.
You think we'll stop the lives being lost because of the drugs? You don't think that? And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say that most of the drugs that come into this country is brought in here by American people. I know you're going to say that because everybody else says that too. But who's making them? I don't care who brings them in. Who's making them?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
You know,
not
we
mostly
know
coming
lots
from
of guys-
Venezuela, but if
Yeah,
you want to
there's a
limit
lot-
drugs
there's a
from
lot
coming
of
to our
desperate
country,
people.
listen.
Let me finish my statement, please.
Okay,
There's a
go
lot of there's a lot of desperate people out there in this world that would gladly. I'm not one of them, and I know you're not one of them. But there's a lot of desperate people that would say, "Yeah, you're gonna pay me $10,000 for me to sneak some drugs into the U.S.? Yeah, sure, give them to me," and they do it. Do I agree
Mostly
with that?
U.S.
No.
citizens.
Okay, could be. But they're not the ones that are making them. They're
Okay,
not the ones that are manufacturing them. They're not the ones that are bringing
I
them
understand.
here. They're talking these Americans in, these idiots that take the bait, that take the money to bring them in. Bad on them. And that's the end of that.
Okay,
That's
so
the end
then
of that
address the
discussion.
American
And
citizens that are bringing them in. One, two.
I'm not telling you you're wrong. I agree with you that there probably is a bunch of Americans bringing them in. Why? Because they're desperate people. They need money because they won't go out and get a job. They won't go out and get a career.
It's not because they won't get a job. It's because our system prioritizes the rich and powerful over them consistently over and over and over again.
Do people that have any kind of moral balance at all in their life act like that? You don't act like that, do you?
Act like what?
No, you don't. Someone that would bring drugs into this country, you wouldn't do that.
I obviously wouldn't do that.
Guy.
I obviously wouldn't do that. But like, here's my point. Here's my point with this. Right, you're focused on U.S. citizens. One, two, as it relates to this, because over 80% of the DRU jets that are brought to our country are brought by U.S. citizens. Secondly, right, Donald Trump is unaliving in people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS. And even in the instances in which they do, if you want to learn more about these operations to be able to limit them, you want the information that they know of. If you murder them, you can't get that information. Also, you're not giving them due process. The American way of giving them due process. You're supposed to detain them in these circumstances once they get to U.S. waters and prevent them from being able to bring the DRUGS to our country. We still want to prevent that. We just think that we can prevent that without having to blow all these boats up. We think that's unnecessary, especially in the circumstance where Donald Trump was blowing up a shipwrecked boat. Do you remember when he did that? He justified his administration blowing up a shipwrecked boat, which is literally a violation of the Geneva Convention.
Did he tell Venezuela, you don't bring your drugs into this country?
It's not Venezuela specifically that's doing it. These are different people.
Did he tell them, do not ship your drugs into this country?
So him saying that is not justification for murdering people.
It's absolutely justification.
No, it's not.
We told you, I'm the commander-in-chief of this country, and I'm telling another country, look, if you bring your drugs to this country and I see you bringing drugs into this country to kill our people, I'm going to blow you out of the water. What in the hell is wrong with that, man? What's wrong? With that?
What's wrong? Again, you're not getting all the information about these operations to be able to limit them in the first place. Two, right? They had a shipwrecked boat, meaning that they didn't even have the ability to make it to the United States or bring any of that to the United States. The Geneva Convention clearly outlines that in the event of a shipwreck, you are supposed to rescue and detain. Okay? It is not the case that you're supposed to literally blow them up. One, they're in international waters. Two, right? They have to abide by international law. They didn't. Right? They just decide to not care about it. You can't say that, right? Are you saying that you just don't care about international law? You don't care? You just want to murder them?
No, I'm telling you that if I'm telling a country, as commander-in-chief, if I'm telling a country, their leader, do not send your ships towards our country.
This isn't the government sending ships.
Hold on. It is.
No, it's not.
And you just want to ignore it. It is. It's the cartel.
There was no evidence that it was the government sending ships. If it was, you could have an argument, but I haven't seen no evidence of that.
You believe whatever you want to believe, and I'm going to believe what I want to believe.
No, what's your evidence?
If I'm the commander-in-chief, I don't have to have any evidence.
I don't need any evidence. I can just say, trust me, bro. Please, just trust me. Please, please, please.
No. You
I don't need evidence. I don't need evidence.
This is all good for your show. But listen, he told him.
Speaking of what's good for my show, can I thank some people real quick?
Do it. What's that?
Can I thank some people real quick and then we can continue on with the conversation?
Absolutely. Please do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Your people that give you money. Go ahead.
For sure. Angie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Seemingly in this circumstance. Thank you, Angie. Shannon, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. They said groceries have gone up. RJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, RJ. Thank you. Some W's for RJ in the comment section right now. I totally get you. Thank you so much. Johnny, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Johnny in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to look for them. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on because I have already hit 4 hours, but If I do see them and I have time still, I definitely will. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Johnny. Put some W's for Johnny in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Ivy, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Ivy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was claiming that there was no evidence earlier, and that was a reason to not accept what he was saying. But now he's claiming he can say things with absolutely no evidence himself. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ivy, thank you for the $100. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Benjamin as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Charlie, thank you for the $1. Alexander, or again, I think I saw that earlier, actually. Lane, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Declan, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Fussy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Of course. Thank you so much. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Thank you so much, though, Fussy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gary, thank you for the $4. Happy birthday to Michael. Happy birthday to Michael. Alyssa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much on Venmo. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick as well.
Yeah,
Give me a quick second. Lime,
Yeah,
thank
do
you
it.
so much. I really appreciate the $5. Crazy question. Or crazy thing to say. Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Ellen, thank you for the $5 as well. It's the Curls. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Give some W's for It's the Curls in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much as well as L. Thank you for the $50 as well on YouTube Super Chat. Give some W's for both It's the Curls and L in the comment section for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section.
Awesome.
Linal, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Get that money.
Chalupa Batman, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I totally get you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Chalupa Batman. Thank you. ATA, thank you so much for the $2. That might have been for the last guy, so I'm not quite sure. Omega, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Freddie as well, thank you for the $5. Floral, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Frank, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Frank in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Frank in the comment section. I appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Frank. Jog as well. Thank you for the $5. MG Lola again with the $20. Thank you so much. Lupa Batman, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you. And Mason, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If I did miss the donation, I do apologize. Thank you everyone so much. And Johnny again with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's again for Johnny in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
He must have
I
a real
appreciate it.
job.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely could. I definitely could. Let me see. I think he probably has done this before, Johnny. I think I've actually already debated him before.
You've never
Given that
debated
you
me.
said that what he
Never.
was going to
This is
do.
the first time.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person that he was messaging me about.
Oh, okay.
They said about someone. I'm pretty sure I've already debated the person before because of what they were talking about. But I actually don't see them. What would be their name? Let me know, Johnny. I actually don't know what their name is. Because I looked in the box and I don't see one of them. I don't see anyone named Noah. All right, okay.
Well, thank
Go
you,
ahead
Noah.
though. Go back to what you were saying.
Well, we might be on a different topic now, but listen, man, and I'm not going to stay on here much longer because we can talk till the cows come home. But I'm not disputing everything you say. I think this is how we finally somehow, and you're the only one that I've listened to that I think would probably embrace this idea of getting the sides together, united, to come to a common ground of what should be done with this country. Do I believe in everything that Trump does? No, I don't. I mean, if I hear one more watch commercial, I'm going to shoot myself. But
You can't say that on the live. I got to go on to the next person. It's TikTok TOS. You can't say things like that. It's going to limit the push of my stream anyway. I do have to go on to the next person. Let's get the next person up here. I'm looking for the person named Noah. I didn't see them. I don't see them in the box. I do not see them in the box. I will look though. I'll keep looking. We can try to get one more person for tonight, everyone.
All hail Nick Fuentes, king of the groypers.
Are you trolling?
All hail Nick Fuentes.
Are you trolling?
Parker, oh, give
You've
me
got to
that
be trolling. You've got to be trolling. That's so cringe. It's the Curls again at the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I've always been working on the patience though. Thank you so much. Give some W's for It's the Curls in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to join. Love you, Barker.
You're good. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Sue, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Sue, thank you so much. Because they said, because you and Dean give me faith. There are people with critical thinking skills. Seeing this, no idea the chaos and trauma that's happening in the Minnesota Twin Cities. Yeah, it's horrible what's happening in Minnesota right now. I've been hearing from people. I know that I have actually mutuals that are literally there, and they're talking about how atrocious it is. And so yeah, like literally, best wishes to anyone who's there right now. It's definitely really scary. ATA, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. True. Diana as well. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. Let's go on to the last person here for today, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I'd really appreciate it. Again, everyone, if you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't already. I would really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, hit that follow button. It's honestly the best way to ensure that you see this content every single day. So make sure to follow if you have not already. Also, everyone, I was doing a Q&A yesterday on Snapchat. Parker, get a job. If you want to have any questions answered, I'll probably set one up again for tonight. And, if I can look through to see some, I will. I responded to actually a huge portion of them that I could, at least, last night when I had time. Just look up Parker Get a Job on Snapchat. You can follow me there. I'm doing a bunch of random, like, behind-the-scenes sort of stuff on there. And just, like, fun stuff. Sort of like some stuff is apolitical, I guess, even. Alrighty, well, let's go on to the next individual here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Last person here for today, everybody. We're going to try a few people. If we can get someone, so be it. If we can't get someone, then so be it as well. Do give it a quick second. Let's try to find someone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's try to get the last person up here for today. Xander, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you. That's so fun. That's so fun. I haven't been there in a minute now. It's been a while since I've been there. Actually, I think it's been a little bit less than a year. I think I was there a little less than a year ago. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. I would totally be willing to go on to the necessary conversation. I would love to have a conversation with them. I tried to get in contact with them by sending a message, but yeah, I would totally go on there and talk to their parents. And I would also love to talk to them too, just genuinely to because I'm curious. But yeah, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 24 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Now hear me out. I am in the middle.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I really wish for you to hear me out on this. I wish to have just not voted, period, and I would like to explain my reasoning why.
I'm sorry. People are saying spamming ad gen. They don't have the ability to join. Oh, actually, wait. I see them now. I couldn't invite them, but I see them in the guest box. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I would more so say I'm a conservative, but, since he's our president and everything, yes.
Yeah, so, if you could go back in time and you could either... Or actually, say an election was held today. It's between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
You'd rather vote for Donald Trump? Okay, why so? You're swiped out of the app. I can't currently hear you.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. I would say if you were to look at how our country was doing prior to this and prior to Trump's prior presidency. Sorry, I'm really nervous right now. Your chat really does not like me, but
Well, I mean, why would they not like you already? Where
I
did they
don't
say?
know.
I don't even. I'm looking.
It's
Oh, is it because
okay.
you were spamming the comments? Oh, okay.
I guess so. But
Okay.
I would just say, I'm trying to word this properly. I apologize, but I just think if you look at the values that America was built on, anyone would really vote for Trump in that case.
Okay. So, like, what are the values that America is built on that you think are good values that America should be built on that Donald Trump upholds?
I think that if you look, there's like a word called Americanism that
They left. Okay. Jen, it's okay. You can come back. You can send a guest request back. It's no big deal. Don't worry. If you don't have an answer to a question, it's not a big deal. If you'd like to come back, you can. Everyone spammed in the comment section for them to come up. I really wonder why they just left. Dark Meridian, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Brandon as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Alrighty, alrighty. I guess we have to get the next person. Because they did give up. That's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
We're going to try a few people. If we can't get someone for tonight, we're probably going to call it. I'd really appreciate if you could go on YouTube and hit that thumbs up, everyone on YouTube. I'd really appreciate. How many likes do we currently have right now? Let me check. I think we currently have 2,600 to almost 2,700. Let's try to get to 3,000 before we end it here. Real quick, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do, but I don't want to.
Oh, okay. Wait, you do support Trump, but you don't want to support Trump.
Yeah, okay, so my family, like, they all support Trump, so I obviously, like, I support them, or I support him, but I don't want to, because I feel like I've been watching you for over probably a year now, and I feel like what you've been saying is just, I don't know, I've really been leaning towards being convinced towards leaning towards the left.
Okay, so then you're on our side now. So then you don't support Trump anymore.
I want it. I mean, I want to support Trump because that's what I've grown up on, but at the same time, it's like I've seen the opposition and I've seen the obvious reasons why I shouldn't support him. So I think I don't know. I really want to just hear your side on why Kamala's policies are better than Trump's.
Kamala's? Yeah, because she focuses more on the working class people, right? People in need, right? Than very rich and wealthy income individuals. So I think that it's important to acknowledge the priorities of Harris versus Trump, because I think that the big beautiful bill, most of the tax revenue in terms of tax cuts is going to go to disproportionately higher income individuals when you reduce income tax. And then when he imposes tariffs, it's going to be a tax on everyone, which will disproportionately affect lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay. So I really feel like I'm leaning more towards your position, but I don't know. It's really hard to convince. I mean, I feel like it's not really concern to convince my family to support that side, but it's like really hard to support Kamala when I have a family that completely is Republican, you know?
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think that you can still argue against a family that doesn't support Kamala Harris, and you can show them the reasons why Kamala Harris is a preferable candidate, right? If you're looking in the past, the reason why this conversation is relevant is because I'm trying to get you to realize that you made the wrong decision, I guess, supporting them historically speaking, and to get you to view it differently for future elections. So carrying over into future elections, you would
Right.
prefer Democratic candidates comparative to the Republicans like Donald Trump because of the different policies that they perpetuate and the types of conditions that that creates for the average American. So that's kind of like the way that I would look at here is like,
Okay.
what are the priorities? What are the priorities of the typical Republican? What are the priorities of the typical Democrat? The typical Democrat obviously has priorities for like access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, education, whereas the Republicans seemingly like, what are they? It's like whatever Trump wants,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
That's what it
no,
is.
it is, but it's also like I support a couple, like I don't want to say I support a couple things that he puts in place, but it's also like I support some of the things Kamala puts in place. Like I'm in the middle, and that's why I've been watching you, and I think that you're very educated, and I think that you've really been making me lean more towards Kamala's side or like the left side
Kamala,
because
yeah.
it's just it seems like yeah, because Donald Trump, from what you've said, just seems like not a good person at all. Um, so I really want to hear your side, and I appreciate you letting me come up.
Well, it seems like now you do support Kamala Harris, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I do. It's just it was more of like I was scared of, you know, like my family's um hatred against it, but I feel like they also are very open because my family's they're awesome. Like they're not strict at all. They are very open to different opinions and supporting different political positions, but it's just um, from what they voted for this year, it's just I was very scared on taking a different position compared to what they voted for this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important thing to be able to, yeah, obviously, like, you know, accept different views from your parents or from people around you, and you shouldn't feel pressure just because other people around you have those particular views to feel those views yourself, of course.
Right. Well, I appreciate you letting me come up.
Right.
I really wanted to just talk to you and get your opinion on that. So I
For sure.
appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming up. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. I think I'm just gonna call it for tonight, actually. Thank you everyone for coming through. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it very much, everyone. I feel like it was a decent night. Allie, thank you so much for the push the galaxy. We had a few people that were pretty crazy, but I feel like it wasn't as bad as Dean said it was gonna be. At least, maybe I'm just like getting better at my patience or something. But thank you everyone for coming through. I seriously really appreciate it. I'll be answering questions all tonight, probably not all tonight, but just sometimes tonight on Snapchat. Parker Get a Job if you want to look that up. Thank you everyone for coming through. I'd also recommend to check out some of my YouTube videos. You can see a bunch of different ones. There's a recent video that just came out where I debated a MAGA father and daughter. You guys probably saw that a bit prior. If you did miss that, you can watch that on YouTube. Just posted both part 1 and part 2. But yeah, have a fantastic night, everyone. I love you so much. Thank you, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let me see actually how many likes we hit. How many likes did we hit? We hit 2,800 likes. We're so close to 3,000. Maybe in the video later, once it gets posted, we'll hit 3,000. But yeah, thank you everyone. We'll see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone.